Good morning, everyone. Today is 9 October, the year 2006. I'm Dr. Dave Thompson, a volunteer at the Palm Springs Air Museum here in California. Part of our mission is to record and preserve the history of our country's military conflicts, especially World War II. As part of the Veterans History Project of the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C., we conduct interviews of veterans and civilians who participated in those conflicts. Today, I'm here at the museum along with fellow volunteer Mary Bear. And today we have the honor and the privilege of interviewing Colonel Bob Mailheau. Colonel Mailheau was a mechanic in the Army Air Corps at Clark Field in the Philippines when attacked by the Japanese on December 7th, actually December 8th in the Philippines. Subsequently, he escaped while on the Bataan Death March and fought with the Filipino guerrillas for 3 years. Nice to have you here, Colonel.
Thank you, sir.
Now, can you repeat and spell your full name for us, please?
M-A-I-L-H-E-A-U, Mailheau.
Okay. And Robert
Thomas.
Robert Thomas. And when and where were you born?
I was born in Monterey Park, California, just east of Los Angeles, November 12, 1921.
November 12th, day after Armistice Day.
Right.
And a native Californian, my goodness. What was that town like in those days?
Well, typical small town before all of the growth, of course.
Now it's almost part of the whole LA,
yeah, it's melded right into Los Angeles now. But had its main street, its drugstore, grocery store, doctor, dentist. It was very nice, though.
Yeah. Orange groves, things like that around there?
Not immediately, but not far from us.
Yeah. And what was your father's name?
My real father was Robert Thomas Stover, and I was only about 3 years old when he died in a work accident. He worked for the Southern California Gas Company, so I really didn't know him, and I was raised at a very young age with my grandparents.
Where did they live, your grandparents?
In Monterey Park.
In Monterey Park, okay.
As a matter of fact, I was born in my grandmother's front bedroom. But,
and what happened? What was the accident that?
I'm not sure. Not very many people would talk about it in those days, and of course, being so young, I wasn't that curious until later. And then I had an aunt who told me a few things about my dad, but not many things I can recall anymore. However, I had a young brother, same father, and Mom had to go work in town, downtown Los Angeles. So we grew up with my grandmother and my grandfather.
What was your mother's maiden name and her name?
Naomi, I can't think. Naomi Gertrude Stevens.
Okay. And how did she end up in California? What was her background?
Well, it was Grandpa and Grandma were from Iowa originally, and Grandpa was a carpenter, and he took the family to Kansas City, Kansas, because of the available work. I guess they were at that point in time starting to expand, and from there they moved to Colorado, Cripple Creek, Colorado. He heard about the gold mines, but being a carpenter, why they put him to work in the mines, building these structures, whatever. And they stayed there until the mines ran out. And as a matter of fact, my mother was born there in Cripple Creek, Colorado. And then they moved on to Monterey Park, California. Grandpa heard that there was a lot of building going on and a lot of involvement, so he took the family to Monterey Park, and that's where they stayed too,
No,
pretty much.
these were the grandparents that you lived with?
Yes.
Okay. And your father's parents, what about them?
We know very little about him, to be honest with you. He was in the service. He was stationed, he was in the Balloon Corps in World War I, stationed at that air base in San Bernardino. And I guess Mom and Dad met on a weekend or something.
Was that March? Was that Marchfield then?
No, it
that's
wasn't
in
March.
Not
It's, I can't think of the name
Okay.
of it. But anyway, after he got out of service, why, he went to work for the gas company. And as I said, he had that accident. So it changed our lives quite a bit.
So did your mother remarry?
Later on, yeah, but nobody knew anything much about my dad. I don't think he talked about him. So my grandfather knew a little bit more than anybody else, but the best we can determine, he was from Pennsylvania, but I have no idea what town.
Yeah.
But Mom went to work in Los Angeles.
Where was she working?
She was working for the old county hospital, which is now USC Medical.
Oh.
But she would come home on every other weekend, according to her schedule, and be with my brother Dick and me. And
do you remember what street that your grandparent that you grew up on? Do you remember
what street? Oh yeah, 310 North Garfield, just above Garvey Avenue.
Okay.
It was just below the old red railroad car tracks, which you've probably heard of.
Yeah, was that like the trolley cars or
The old streetcars,
Street
yeah,
cars, I mean.
the big ones.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was, LA had the best.
So you rode those from time to time?
Yes, we did, to go into Los Angeles.
How much would it cost you?
I think a dime. I was with my grandmother, of course.
Yeah.
But they had bus service up and down Garfield. I remember we used to do a lot of shopping in Alhambra. My great-grandmother lived in Alhambra.
Were they very religious? Did you go to church much?
We did. I wouldn't say they're extremely religious, but we went to church on Garvey, just not a block or two from Garfield.
What was the name of the church?
It was an old Methodist church, First Methodist Church in Monterey Park, I guess. But I remember learning all of the hymns and the praying, and I was baptized in the church. And the preacher would come around to the house every once in a while, looking for a free meal, I'm sure. But typical old town stuff.
What did you and your brother do for fun?
Well, in those days, of course, we made our own fun. Dick was very small, but I remember, I'm talking about the years maybe, 2 to 7 or so. A lot of kids in the neighborhood. We just did our own thing. We played cowboys and Indians, I remember. And some of the younger adults would get out and throw baseball back and forth with us.
Who was your favorite cowboy?
I didn't really know the names of them until I got a little older and started going to the movies all the time. But, oh gosh, that's so long ago, I can't remember the name. Do you recall any?
Well, it was Tom Mix, Hoot Gibson,
Tom
those
Mix,
guys.
yeah, Hoot Gibson, right.
Hoot Gibson was a pilot too, matter of fact. Hoot Gibson was also a pilot. He flew in the races around L.A.
I'll be darned. I didn't know that.
Uh-huh.
There were many others even before them, and I just can't recall their names now.
Buck Jones. Where'd you go to grade school?
I started grade school in Monterey Park, and then Mom met my stepfather,
And what was his name?
His name was Theodore Mailheau. He was a captain of detectives, the Los Angeles Police Department. And after they married, we moved first to a little typical Hollywood cottage in Hollywood, not too far from Sunset Boulevard. And we were there for about 2 years. I went to first and second grade. I was in grade school, kindergarten in Monterey Park. First and second year in the school in Hollywood. I can't think of the name of that either. But then they built a house. Dad had owned some property. Had owned, I should say, property in various parts of Los Angeles, and he owned some residential lots out Fairfax and Wilshire district, and they built a house out there, and we moved there. I remember it was in the summer after I'd finished the second grade, because I started my third grade at Carthay Center grade school in the old Carthay Circle area, just south and west.
How do you spell that?
Carthay, C-A-R-T-H-A-Y. It was Carthay Center. It was kind of a sub-community, like the Fairfax district, more or less. But Carthay Circle was the official name. There was an old theater where they used to have all of the premieres many, many years ago. Yeah. And Carthay Center School was just adjacent to that.
And do you remember the street that you lived on there, where that house was built?
Yeah, Lindenhurst Avenue. It was the third street in from Wilshire going towards Hollywood. I remember Orange and 6th Street and then Lindenhurst. You know where the Farmers Market is in L.A.?
Yeah.
Very close to that.
Really? Now, where did she meet your stepfather?
She met him downtown in a restaurant, as I recall, and he went there every day.
And about his background, where did his relatives and everybody come from? Ancestors and stuff? It's
a French name, and he knew a little about his family. They were from the Lyon, France area, but many years ago, after quite a long time, I guess, after the Louisiana Territory just involved or emerged into a major part of the United States, the family moved to New Orleans. And after some years there, his branch of the family, his mother and father, moved to Los Angeles. And they had a farm right downtown. It was, it was on 5th Street, 5th and Hill. And that's where he remembers growing up as a young man. And his first job was a boilermaker with the railroad, which was located down on Central Avenue in L.A. then. And it was sometime at about the World War I era, and he thought about joining up. I don't think we had been involved at that time, but it was a lot of talk. But because there were several in Los Angeles that went into service, the LA Police Department was short of police personnel, so he got talked into joining the police force and became a regular beat officer. He was telling me stories about early days of his beats in Chinatown and South Central LA and other areas. And then he took his examination. I think he got promoted to sergeant of uniform, and then he took his examination for detectives, and was a detective captain in short order. And he retired. I think he had about 30 years service.
Can you tell us some of the stories that he told you? More interesting ones?
I think it would be rather difficult at this day and age.
Right, not PC. Huh?
Yeah, there were some good ones, but
I bet so. I can imagine. You hear about the corruption in all the big city police departments back in those days. Did he ever talk about that, or did?
Well, to be quite honest, L.A. was not so corrupt. It was a big, small town, is what it was. You had downtown L.A., and then you drove forever to get to Beverly Hills in those old cars that would only go about 30 miles an hour. So that's the way it was. It was a bunch of small towns. And I don't think it was so much corruption as it was the usual moderate crime, thieves and holdups, and maybe once in a while murder or something. I know I can't recall the details, but I know my dad was my stepfather. We called him Dad.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
Did you think of him as your real dad?
Absolutely,
Pretty much,
yeah. Absolutely. But he was involved in some major.
I meant to ask you about when did he retire? What year?
He retired sometime during World War II.
Okay. I was wondering, that Black Dahlia movie's coming out, and that was back, I think, in the 40s, but that may have been after he retired.
He could have been involved in it, but I don't think he was directly involved. But there was one other one that Malcolm Decker, the guy that wrote the book, he looked up a bunch of things on the internet, and one of them was Captain Teddy Mailhew, it popped up. Oh. And he was involved in some murder. I don't even remember the name now, but it was, it made the front or the headlines in L.A.
Did he, I suppose he carried a gun?
Always, yeah.
Do you remember, did he show it to you? Did you have it around home to us?
Oh yeah, he used to let us look at it, but he always cleared the,
was
the
it
cylinder
was
first.
It a 45 or a 38?
It was a 38 police special in those days, almost as big as a 45. But
were you worried about him getting hurt, or?
No, I wasn't. He just exuded so much confidence that I didn't even think twice about it.
Was he kind of a big guy, or?
Yeah, he was. Not quite as tall as me, but big bone.
Like he could take care
muscular.
of himself.
Yeah, being a Boilermaker, he had Popeye forearms.
Well, growing up during the Depression, I assume it perhaps didn't impact you quite as much as others, because I'm assuming he had a job the whole time.
Not really. He had a job. It was steady, and in those days it was a pretty decent salary. But we were exposed to it. Quite a number of people in our neighborhood, their fathers lost their job, and they had to move, and they were real close friends, and we went to school with them, we played with them, went to see cowboy movies with them, that sort of thing. So we kind of felt it in that regard. And I don't remember ever going without a meal, but I remember that sometimes we were pretty light on the portions.
Did he have any other children prior to marrying your mom?
No, he was previously married, but no children.
And did he and your mom have any children?
Yes, they did.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, he's downstairs. Oh. But he came along about 10 years after I was born.
What's his name?
Theodore.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
His only child.
And I see that you took his last name. How did that come about? Both you and your brother did?
Hey, when I went to that school in Hollywood, I was still a stover, but when we moved to West LA, and Mom went to register me in Carthay Center, it was funny. I said, "What name do I use?" She said, "We're going to get you adopted," and she said, "You use Mailheau." And of course,
you were okay with that?
yeah, sure, I was fine. And that applied to my brother Dick too. And, you know, as far as we were concerned, well, that was our only father. That I remember very, very little of my real father. But
sure. So, just the one stepbrother you have then?
yes, half brother.
Well, half. Yeah, I guess so. I get those all mixed. That's right. So where did you go to junior high then?
I went to John Burroughs Junior High, which is it's further east of La Brea, but near Worcester, La Brea. And we got to ride our bikes. I got a bicycle for Christmas a year or so before I went to middle school, and we rode our bikes.
What kind of car did your dad drive?
He had the biggest old Packard I've ever seen in my life, and it had the jump seats in the back, you know. And they kept that car until 1937.
A jump seat, is that? That's not a rumble seat. That's a.
No, the rumble seat was on the back of the old
right.
two-seat car. The jump seats folded into the back of the front seat. But it was literally a 7-passenger car, you know.
Oh.
But they kept that car for, I think it was 1937. Mom decided that it was time to get a new one. And they bought a 1937 Buick Roadmaster. Pretty car. Very nice car.
Did he have a company car too?
He had a police car, yes.
A
And
plane,
being
a marked one, or
beg pardon?
a marked police car, or I mean, would it look like a police car with paint?
Well, it did. It was one of those old Phaetons, you know, that with convertible top and didn't have. If it was raining, they put the flaps on the sides. You know, typical police car that you saw in the movies back in Jimmy Cagney's day.
With a star on the side, the door or something.
Right, but later on, of course, they changed cars later too. They had Fords coming out your ears.
Yeah.
It was a 4-door. It was a nice car.
What high school did you go to then?
I went to Fairfax High School.
Did you play any sports in school?
Yes, I did. I was pretty good at football, but I was pretty light, and I played B football in the 10th grade, and I got the hell beat out of me, so I gave it up. But I was always pretty good at track, so I was on the track team.
What did you run?
I started out just long jumping and high jumping, and let's see, the coach, Keith Lloyd was his name, our track coach, former USC track star. He was short of hurdlers, and he asked me if I've ever run the hurdles. I didn't know, but he said, with your long legs, he said, maybe we can work something out. So they had one low hurdler, but he wasn't very good. They had a couple of good high hurdlers. So anyway, he started working with me and made a low hurdler out of me. But then I remembered to qualify for the 8-man mile relay team. He got everybody that wanted to try out on the track for the 200-yard. Was it 200 yards then?
220.
We didn't run the 220 then in high school. I think it was 200, 100 and 200.
Okay, that's meters then, probably, yeah.
Anyway, no, I take it back. Well, it was 200 yards. But anyway, we all lined up and he fired the gun and off we went. As it turned out, I was number 4, the fastest, 4th fastest. We had 3 sprinters, and they were all pretty darn good. But so I was on the 8-man mile relay team as well.
How's that?
So did you guys run in the city meet and stuff?
Yeah, I got in the state meet in the long jump, and I got 5th.
Yeah.
This is my senior year.
Yeah.
And I fell in the city meet on the hurdles. My foot hit the top of the hurdle. I just took a nose down.
And you ran on cinders then, probably, didn't you? The track.
The old cinders, right? So anyway, that ruined me for long jump and high jump. But I ended up running in the 8-man mile relay, and we darn near won that. We just lost by a whisker, but we were second. But
where did you run in the
I was number 5. They started out with the sprint man and our quarter miler, who was pretty fast. I was faster than him, but he was pretty fast. And then we had a filler 3 and 4, and so I was 5th, and I picked up the pace again.
And you had a baton that you had to pass.
Yeah.
I mean, you got 8 guys, so you're lucky that one of them guy doesn't drop. And that's what you always, like when I'm watching on the Olympics, I'm always, our guys don't drop that baton, because that you're done if that happens. Pretty much. Yeah. What kind of classes did you like best in high school?
Believe it or not, I liked history. I got so I was reading history like a book, just for my own enjoyment. And I was so-so at math. And
do you remember your history teacher?
I remember him by looks, but I sure can't remember the names now.
Was he your favorite teacher? Or did you have somebody that you?
Not necessarily. My English teacher was my favorite. She was kind of an elderly teacher, but she was a real doll, I'll tell you.
Did you have any girlfriends in high school?
Not really until the latter part of my 11th year. And there was a couple of them that I dated. But my 12th year, yes, there was.
What was her name?
The first love of my life. Her name?
Yeah.
Patricia Bowe. Her dad was a dentist in Los Angeles.
And whatever happened to her, with her, do you know?
Well, we were in touch at the early stages of the war. She would write. But when the war started, and we were all classified missing in action or dead. And of course nobody knew where we were, if we were alive, or how long we'd be stuck over there. So she had another boyfriend that she dated, and they married. And when I came home, he had gone to SC, and I think he got a deferment to graduate. So when I came home, Pat came over to welcome me back, and her husband was just going to school. He was going to Fort Benning, Georgia, OCS. So later on, I guess he ended up going overseas, but occupation forces. But anyway, we stayed friends as long as I stayed around LA.
So what year did you graduate from high school?
Officially 1939. I was class of summer 39.
Mm-hmm.
But I stayed on to take some extra courses to get more credits. And I got a scholarship from USC for track. And so I got my extra credits, and then I went to SC. But just for the spring and summer class or semester, because at that point in time, the war in Europe had started, and we were all talking about being drafted. So two other guys that I'd gone to high school with, Fred French and Bill Dunn, both very good friends of mine, we just decided to go down and sign up. And we did. Our folks weren't too happy about it, but they accepted the fact that we were probably going to be drafted sooner or later.
So you signed up with the Army Air Corps, or the...
Yeah, the old Army Air Corps at that time.
Had you been interested in aviation prior to that?
Yeah, I had. When I was a younger kid, I used to make model airplanes, and I read a lot of books on airplanes and war stories, that sort of thing, dog fights.
Had you ever been up in an airplane at this point?
A few times, yeah.
Where was this, or how?
Local, what's the air?
The old mines field?
Van Nuys, out of Van Nuys, yeah. One of them was a trip that Dad was supposed to go to Las Vegas for the opening of the Hoover Dam, but he didn't want to fly. He didn't like the idea at all, and Mom wasn't too sure either. So, believe it or not, my grandmother and my brother Dick and me and I ended up flying to Las Vegas in one of the early Boeing transports, or not transports, but
airlines,
yeah.
Huh.
And what a kick that was.
It was.
And the other couple other times was just in open cockpit biplanes.
Do you know what airlines that was? Do you remember?
I have no idea, but whoever got the early Boeing aircraft, why, that's what it was.
So that would have been about what year then?
Oh, my first flight, I was still, I was still in junior high school, so that had to be
1930 or so?
Early 30s, yeah.
Okay, so you, where did you go for your basic training then?
When we signed up, they sent us to Fort MacArthur first.
Where's that?
San Pedro, California. And we, of course, got basic training there with some really tough instructors. And we were there about 2 months, I guess. And then they shipped us to, I have to digress a moment. When we signed up, the recruiting officer wanted to know where we would be interested in going for service. And we said, where can we go? Well, he said, you can stay in California, you can go back east, you can go to Hawaii. Wow, no kidding. And or you can go to the Philippines. So we all the three of us looked at one another, and we thought, well, why not get some enjoyment out of this? Let's find out what the Far East is all about. So we didn't really connect the Japanese war in China over there with our involvement or potential involvement. So the three of us volunteered for the Philippines, and that's where we went. But prior to that, they sent us from Fort MacArthur to Angel Island in San Francisco Bay. And it was a fort, and I can't remember the name. But that's where we
Remember
really...
the Bay Bridge is, I think you get to it from the Bay Bridge.
Yeah, they had boats going back and forth all the time.
Treasure Island, I think.
No, it wasn't Treasure Island. That was built specially for the...
Navy.
World's Fair.
Oh,
The Navy took over afterwards. Now this was an island, what's the penitentiary?
Alcatraz.
Alcatraz. Yeah, it was just east of Alcatraz.
Yeah, you're right. I was. We were in Sausalito and the other just not too long ago, and there was a ferry to Angel Island. I remember that now, and I remember seeing the island.
Anyway, that's where we really got our basic training, and we hiked that island I don't know how many times, and they had the ranges, weapons ranges there. Even though we enlisted for the Air Corps, everybody got basic infantry training in those days. So we waited till October before the old USS Grant came around Panama from New York to pick up troops going overseas. And
was that a troop ship?
Yeah.
Or-
And I forget the exact date we departed, but we landed in Manila Bay on Halloween night, 1940. So,
How was the trip?
good for me, and Fred was okay too. Bill got a little seasick, and many others did too. But, Fred and I were old water babies.
The three of you had gone to school together?
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have asked you, I guess. Did you spend much time at the beach when you were growing up?
Oh, every moment we could find,
How far were you? How long did it take you to get down there?
Well, when we moved to the Wilshire, Fairfax, La Cienega district, it really wasn't that far. You couldn't walk it. We used to hitchhike, or get the old red trolley car that crossed Wilshire right at San Vicente and went all the way down to
What beach
State
did you go?
Beach.
Which one?
State Beach at Santa Monica.
Santa Monica.
Yeah.
Yeah. They had was it big Ferris wheel out on that pier at Santa Monica then?
No, they didn't have a Ferris wheel. They had the merry-go-round and a few other things, and they had a dance hall, an old dance hall out there, and as did a couple other beaches on south.
Did you body surf or did you try the board surfing or?
Body surf. I didn't. We heard about surfboarding, but
Never saw much of that.
no, we didn't see much of that at all.
So you got to Manila, and what did you think?
Well, we pulled in there at the dead of night, and we didn't dock until daylight. And I'll tell you, my first impression was, why did we do this? Back in those days, in the early mornings, the Orient had this very distinct odor, and boy, it was something like we weren't used to. But it pretty well hovered around the Bay Area, But anyway, we unloaded, and our first assignment was at Nichols Field in Manila. Well, they finally.
Was that a fighter? Was that a fighter field? Was that mainly for fighters?
It had both.
Oh, it had both.
It had
Okay.
both. But we got some basic training in mechanics there too, and then they were going to. We were in an observation squadron. They had the old Gull wing, high wing job. I can't remember the designation. 032 or something like that. Then they had a fighter squadron or two at Clark Field, old P-26s, believe it or not. That was the first line fighter. And anyway, they were enlarging the base. They were going to bring some more planes over.
How far is Clark Field from Manila?
Again, I'm guessing. I think we figured it about 65 miles, something like that. It was in the north center of the island, more or less. Not far north, but it was dead center of the island practically. Anyway, they took me out of the second, or no, I take that back. They transferred the whole second observation squadron up there. And then they needed more people for the bomb squadron because we were starting to get some old Douglas, I can't think of the designation of that either. Anyway, we had B-10s for bombers initially, and then they started getting these Douglas DC something or others. And then beyond that, they brought in some B-17s. And then as a result of enlarging the bomber squadron as well as the fighter squadrons, they organized a tow target squadron. And they transferred me to the tow target squadron. This was a mismatch, mix up of old planes that we just had left behind, and some of them were these Douglas planes that I mentioned. Some of them were some old biplanes, open cockpit, and we had again, I can't remember the designations, but we had a couple of the fairly new two-place low-wing jobs, and we started pulling targets for the bomber crews as well as the anti-aircraft crews too.
Now, were you going up with the planes, or
yeah?
What was your job up there?
I was assistant crew chief on one of the planes, so I got to fly with it all the time. But I was a machine gunner. In the event we were attacked, I had a machine gun available. But so that took up the better part of 1941. The rest of 40 and
But you were trained as a mechanic?
Yeah, I was.
Did you ask for that, or were you good at that? Or?
I asked for that because I thought I'd like to get to know more about airplanes, and there was a possibility if we ever got involved in the war, there was a possibility that I could even get to flying school. And actually, that's what happened. They took 3 or 4 of us out of, or didn't take us out, but from the tow target squadron, and we had pretty good academic backgrounds for one thing, and I guess we were pretty good on the job, and we were pretty good soldiers and kept our nose clean. We never got picked up by the MPs, and anyway, they asked us if we would like to go to flying school, and all 3 of us said, heck yes.
That's just still your 3 buddies. You're still all together?
No, this is 2 other guys.
2 other guys.
That, for some reason, Fred French didn't want any part of it. Oh, I forgot to mention, Bill Dunn eventually got into the Signal Corps, and he went back to Manila. So that's what he became. But anyway, I said, heck yeah. And after that, I got to fly more and more and more with the better airplanes that we had.
Now, this was before the end of 41?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, this is from like June, the middle of 41.
And were you aware that things were heating up? That there was possibility that you're going to be...
We were aware that China was in dire straits and the Japs were advancing all over. But believe me, we were still not aware, we weren't made aware that we could be involved. And it just didn't make sense to us to get involved with the Japs, I guess. But anyway, this flying business turned out real great. I was having a hell of a lot of fun, and finally...
So they had instructors there and stuff, just as though you had been?
No, these were our own pilots. They gave us more flying time and gave us a stick when we got up.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That sort of thing.
That's
And finally, in sometime in November, they told us that we had been selected and that there's a good possibility that we'd be going back to flying school, maybe in Texas, we didn't know for sure, but sometime after the first of the year. So that's what we were looking forward to. Then, on top of that, I guess things got pretty hot in our own command, and so we started pulling alert status jobs, patrolling at night and that sort of thing.
Was MacArthur stationed there when you were there?
When he retired, he went back to the Philippines, and they made him field marshal of their army, and he was in charge of the conscripted army. They were drafting then, just in case. But he never really got a chance to make any kind of a force, a battle force. But anyway, late summer, we started becoming more and more aware that there was a chance we'd get involved. And we were issued arms to carry with us all the time: gas masks, helmets, knapsacks, whatever. And we didn't go any place without all that stuff.
The helmets you had were like the old World War
The old
I?
World War I, yeah. Like the British still,
Yeah.
I guess they've changed now, but they still wore those darn things for so long.
Were they heavy?
Oh, terrible. I got headaches all the time. You eventually get used to them, but they were really pretty bad. But closer and closer to December, why, things got hotter and hotter. So we were wondering if there was any chance that we could get the heck out sooner. And our orderly room, our first sergeant kept telling us, no, just be patient, just be patient. It's coming, it's coming. So anyway, what happened, the Japs hit us first. And
Tell me about that. Tell me when you first heard about hitting Hawaii, and then what happened?
well, we were on
What were
alert
you-
status for quite some time. And we had heard that they were making passes at Guam, some of those other islands, Midway, or not Midway necessarily, that's too far west at that, or east at that time. But anyway, they were making passes, and there's a damn good chance that we'd get hit. So we were up early, very early, every morning. And this particular morning, December 8th, I drew flight, they called it flight line alert status, meaning that everybody ate while we were still out there watching the flight line. And when they finished eating, we'd go and get ours. So they had called the troops in for lunch. And there's about a half a dozen of us in front of the two hangars that I was at, all on flight line alert status. And one of the guys, we were talking about the possibility of being reinforced. There had been some rumors to that effect, but nothing ever came of it, obviously. However, the morning about lunchtime on the 8th of December, one of the guys heard this roar first before anybody else. And we all looked up in the sky off in to the west of us. And holy mackerel, we saw all these planes, you know. I thought, God, could this be Americans? And then it didn't take very long for those planes to get over Clark Field, and we started hearing the bombs fall. But before that actually happened, I looked up and I hollered, Americans, hell, those are Japs. So we had, along with the preparation, we had dug trenches all over the place. And we'd even put our planes in these earth revetments, you know, to protect them from, strafing and whatever. It really didn't work out that good, but we got some P-40s there too, just before all of this started. But anyway, we ran like hell for the trenches that we had dug. We just dug 3, 4, 5 men trenches, and I took a dive right into one. And 2 or 3 guys dived in behind me. I don't really know how many were in that trench at that time when the bombs started hitting the ground, and just noisy as hell, and the whistling and the shrapnel all over the place. And so then after the bombers went over, the Japs started strafing. We had built, not we necessarily, but they had some Filipinos build some dummy airplanes that we put out on the field all over the place. And they sure must have looked realistic, because the strafers came at those things in bunches, you know. So anyway, they were strafing like crazy. We were still keeping our heads low in the trench. And then it let up a little bit. And the first guy to get out of the trench was one of our pilots. He jumped in on top of us. I guess they had been alerted some way or another, and they piled out of the barracks and started running to the flight line. But anyway, he got to where we were and jumped in on top of us. And when he got out, he was sitting on the top edge corner of the trench, you know, and he was just shaking his head. He just couldn't believe what the heck had happened. I crawled out, and I was a little bloody because I got some shrapnel off of the, I guess from the first few bombs that landed close by. But we couldn't figure out what was wrong with him, and he said, "Where's my helmet? Where's my helmet?" And we looked around, and here's this glob of metal, and it was his helmet. It had literally been blown off his head by the concussion, I guess, and then the shrapnel just chewed it up. And we couldn't believe it, just couldn't believe it. But they didn't give us much time. Our trench had pretty well caved in on us because of pretty sandy soil. So the strafers started coming in again, and we headed for other trenches. And the best we could do was just, my rifle still worked, so we were firing our arms at the Jap fighters. There were still a few machine guns in operation, but most of them had been out in the open, and the Japs got them after the first couple of passes, you know. But it was just pretty frightening, pretty horrendous. It just raised havoc, and God, nobody knew what the hell to do. We really didn't. Just, we were looking to the officers for guidance, and I kept saying, "Are we going to fly? Are we going to fly?" And none of our planes were flyable. They were all damaged. However, the P-40s were way the other side of the field, and some of the B-17s were too, and they never got hit. And we heard and saw the P-40s some of them were taking off after the Japs had passed over. And I'm not really sure if they had any luck at all. We heard stories about some American pilots shooting down some Jap planes, but I couldn't confirm that.
Many people get hurt?
I don't really know what the tally was, but yes, there were
Did you see some casualties?
a lot of bodies, yeah, a lot of bodies. A lot of wounded too. But
What's that like for probably seeing somebody being
a Hollywood
killed?
track star? It's pretty shocking, I'll tell you. God almighty. Of course, I saw dead people when we had to go to funerals. I've seen car accidents, but nothing like that. It's just so unreal. You can't believe it. You
Were
can't.
some of your friends or acquaintances, do they get hurt?
None of my real close buddies. Some of our guys in our outfit were wounded. And yeah, one guy that I knew very well, he was a tech sergeant, real good guy, and kind of one of these guys that he knew everything. If you had a problem with a part on the engine or something, you go to him. He'd take you over and show you how to do it, you know. He manned one of those open pit machine guns, and he got killed.
Now, they hit you, was it about 6 hours after they hit Pearl Harbor? I mean, it was much later, as I recall.
So they say. I'm inclined to believe it wasn't as much later as they say, but
But it was later. I'm surprised
Yeah.
that, I mean, you didn't know anything about Pearl Harbor.
yes, we did.
Oh, you did? Oh.
We actually were sitting on the flight line listening to the radio. Yeah, they'd already bombed Pearl Harbor.
Okay.
before
And
they hit
I
us.
guess with the big, from what I understand, the Japanese came out of Formosa that hit you.
Yes.
And that people can't understand is as soon as we heard that they hit Pearl Harbor, why didn't we get our bombers there? Why didn't we go hit them first? And they were socked in, so that's what I understand. They were supposed to hit you at the same time they hit Pearl Harbor, but they couldn't get off the ground because of fog. And there was a window of opportunity there, it seemed like, that we could hit them first down there.
Well, I skipped over that lapse of memory. Our planes were flying in the morning, and that's one reason I was on the flight line. My plane
The
was
fighters,
flying.
or did we have any bombers up, or just
No, we didn't. We had them on standby,
Okay.
but we had the fighters.
Fighters up, yeah. And as I think as I understood it, yeah, they were up, but just as luck would have it, they came down to refuel, and that's when
Yeah, it was like MacArthur stood out there blowing his whistle. Lunchtime. They all came in, parked in their revetments, and got out. Little dollies took them into the mess hall. Everybody was at lunch when they hit us, even though they'd been flying in the morning. And I guess it was pretty much the same at Nichols Field in Manila.
Yeah. So you don't know why the bombers were on the ground, why we didn't go
I
hit
have
them
no
right away.
idea. The rumors were that we had some, I don't know if it was a fighter, could have been an old observation plane, fly out towards Formosa to see what they could see. But I doubt that very much, unless it was a fighter and saw enough or saw something and came on back. Because those old observation planes we had, I doubt if you could crank 105 miles out of them, you know. The P-40s were pretty fast. Of course, once we started getting some updated planes, they did away with the P-26s. But what they did, they gave them to the Filipino Air Force. But shoot, they couldn't do anything.
Okay, I need to change tape right now.
Oh.
Okay, okay, by the time the attack was over, what time's that getting to be?
It seemed like it went on for a long time. I know it was well after lunch, about mid-afternoon, I guess. And again, we were still kind of milling around. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? The top-ranking non-com started getting people organized, and I guess the intent was to see what we could salvage and take it from there. So we did. We started in groups, started going around to see what the heck we could salvage. And it was very little, believe me, very little. The hangars were all beat up. Bombs went right through the old tin roof, you know, and blew up the guts of it. And some equipment was salvageable. Oh, and then we did have some trucks that they used to load up what was salvageable. But it was decided, it was getting close to nighttime then, it was decided to take up refuge outside of the boundaries of the base, and not necessarily the airstrip itself, but all the buildings, you know, the barracks and the headquarters buildings, even the old PX. So that's what we did, and we bivouacked outside the base. We were to the south of Clarksville. Actually, I've got to put this in proper perspective. That is the location of Clarksville, Fort Stotzenburg.
I'll tell you what, this might be a good time. Let's put this, this is a silk map of the Philippines up here. Bring this over here a little bit. And give you, why don't you take this pen perhaps, and I'll try to get this a little bit closer to you.
Let's see.
It's kind of small there, and I'll see if I can't get a... So, okay, show me where Manila is on that. What'd you say?
Here's Manila.
Okay.
Right here.
Yeah.
And Fort Stotzenburg is up here.
Mm-hmm.
And the, let's see, the closest town to Fort Stotzenburg is right on the main highway, called Aecaoee. Angels, they'll pronounce it, Aecaoee.
Mm-hmm.
And Fort Stotzenburg, oh God, I lose it every time here it is. Fort Stotzenburg was the cavalry base, 26th Cavalry base, which actually was between Clark Field and the lowland, or the foothills of the Zambales Mountains. So when we bivouacked, we were on this side of Clark Field, but not far from those lowlands, which, if we had to make a run for it, would provide some protection. And
Were there soldiers around there? I mean, did you have any protection as far as...
we had the horse cavalry. However, on the same day they hit us, they were invading up here in Lingayen Gulf at the same time. I don't know the exact time and date they hit the shore, but they were coming down from Formosa, and this is where they actually invaded. So the 26th Cavalry, who had been stationed here, was on its way up, along with a Filipino infantry regiment that had been stationed around Manila, and also the American 31st Infantry Regiment, also been stationed in Manila. They were heading, not the full force, but they were heading up to Lingayen with some of the conscript forces to see if they could hold off the invasion or slow it down. The main plan, and this is the plan, this is Bataan Peninsula right here. Mm-hmm. That plan to evacuate in the event of war and take up positions here had been established, from what I understand, way back in the 1920s or 30s, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
So the whole idea was to slow the invasion down here, get everybody at Clark Field and other installations out of Manila and down into Bataan as much as they could, where it was obvious we'd make our stand.
Right. I meant to ask you, you said you pretty early on realized those were Japanese planes. Had you had a lot of aircraft recognition? Is that why you thought they were not
We had
Americans?
had some, yeah, we had some. But just the roar, you could tell there's a difference.
In
Yeah. And of course the direction. They had come down from Formosa, and although that's where they invaded, they came on down the west coast and then came across Zambales Mountains and attacked Clark Field and Fort Stotzenberg. There's a little town of I can't pick it up, a little town of Iba, almost directly west of Fort Stotzenberg and Clark Field. There's a main trail that the old cavalry built as kind of an escape route.
Yeah.
If they were trapped on this side, getting into Bataan, they could use that trail, go to the west coast, and then on down the west coast. So that's something that they had established quite some time before we got involved.
So during the night then, so the Japanese didn't come back for a second attack that
Not
first
that
day?
night, no, not that night.
Day or night, yeah.
Well, what was decided, we just bivouac kind of in the boonies. There were some Filipino barrios or villages not too far. We finally got to eat something. Our mess cleaned out the mess hall as best they could. I don't even remember what it was, but we did get to eat something that night.
And you said you were firing your rifle. What did you have? M1 or what did you
No,
have?
the old Springfield 03 bolt action.
Oh, yeah. World War I.
Yeah, clip five round clips. Yeah, but then it was decided that we would go back, all mechanics, all pilots, all hands that had anything to do with the airplanes. We would go back to the field the next morning and reconnoiter again. The medics, of course, were out by then too, and you could get a whiff of a corpse buried, so there were still dead bodies around. But anyway, the whole purpose there was again to see what we could recover and just kind of await orders. But sure enough, the job I pulled, they had lookout towers on the corners of the hangars. So when we got over to the field, I was given the job of getting up on one of these towers. There was a siren up there, believe it or not, and looking out for the enemy. And I wasn't up there very long. What they had done, I'm not sure. I don't know if by then, I'm sure they hadn't landed planes on our territory by then, but what they had done was probably come right down over Lingayen and fly down central Luzon and then attack us again from the east side. And Mount not Arafat, a riot. Mount Riot is over here, and that was one of their turning points. They'd come to Arayat and then head west for us, and that mountain was in clear sight from where I was. The weather was very clear in those particular days, the early stages of the war. But I was doing my job, looking out. I had binoculars, and God, I looked over to Arayat, and I saw this bunch of birds. I knew exactly what it was. So I started grinding the siren, and the question was, how long do I turn that siren or keep that siren going before I go down the ladder and hit the trenches? So they got closer and closer. I said, that's enough. So I went down and got in a trench. And what they were doing was kind of looking to see what was going on more than anything. They fired off some machine gun rounds, and they dropped a bomb or two. But it was not a major attack. I'm sure they realized...
It might have been photo reconnaissance.
Yeah, I'm sure they realized that they hit us real hard the first time. And so they flew right over us, and I didn't want to wave at them or anything, but I could have.
So you cranked it up, then you got down off that tower pretty quick?
Yeah, and I went back up, but it wasn't long after that. One of the officers came around. He said, let's get out of here. Let's go back to the bill. There's nothing we can save. The planes that were destroyed were literally destroyed. There was just nothing. And we didn't have enough planes surviving to put any parts on that did survive, you know.
There's a book I've read that we have in the library. It's called something about the Susie Q. Susie Q was a B-17 that was there, and I forget the pilot later on wrote the story. But it was during the war. I think it came out in '43 or something, and it was. I don't know if you're familiar with that, or have you heard of that, the Susie Q?
I think I did hear about the book. I don't think I wrote
in fact, I've even seen it in a Life magazine from '43 that I think the pilot is with Roosevelt, and they had some excerpts of his book in Life magazine too. But he talked about how obviously his plane survived, and they flew a few missions, out of Clark, and then I think probably went down to Java and stuff like that.
Well, they, from what I heard, they went to Mindanao first. There were some planes that survived intact. The P-40s. Let's see. I'm not sure exactly where they went first when leaving Clark Field, but there was a auxiliary air base in the town of Cab Cabin on the Bataan Peninsula. And by the time we got down there, evacuated to Bataan, they were established at Cab Cabin. Of course, when we left, there were some troops that were up in the northern part of Luzon and on maneuvers. We had some maneuvering camps up here, and Colonel Volkman and a couple of the guys, the names are in our book, but they got cut off because of the invasion, and they stayed up here. So I don't think any of the airplanes got up there, but what planes did survive came down to Cab Cabin on the Bataan Peninsula.
And where's Mindanao? Where would Mindanao be?
Mindanao, well, that's one of the southern islands.
Oh, okay, sit down in a different island.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Way south.
Yeah. Okay. So the rest of that second day, then they only made one pass at you that day?
Yeah, and we all took off. We went back to the bivouac area, and we were given orders to stay in that area, in the instance of the possibility, rather, of Japs dropping paratroopers on Clark Field, which is a pretty good target for it. But
was there any thought about fifth column? People already there.
oh, not really. They talked about it, but and I'm sure there were some, but the Filipinos were pretty damn loyal for the most part. But anyway, we got formed into infantry ranks, and in the possibility of Japs dropping paratroopers, and we actually took up positions outside, still on the boundaries of Clark Field, but we were prepared to fight them with our 03 bolt actions and bayonets or whatever. But they never pulled it off. So by the time these troops up here couldn't hold the line anymore and started getting closer to where we were at Clark Field, they gave us the orders to move. And we got to Bataan on Christmas Day. So it was December 8th when they bombed us the first time, and it was 25th of December.
When we're retreating all that time down there, did you get any firefights with any of the Japanese?
No, we didn't. As a matter of fact, we made a few stops at night, but we made a beeline for Bataan, period.
And what area? Where did you?
We end up Maravelis. That's an airstrip too. That was the #1 airstrip on Bataan, and this cabin was the secondary. But we were put in an area just north of Maravelis, kind of in the jungles. And that was a temporary position until they could decide what the heck to do with us. But at that point in time, practically all Air Force became infantry. Without any designation, really, we were just, they combined the Air Corps into what they called the 24th Pursuit Group, whether you were formally pursuit mechanics or not. And that was the classification they were giving us for infantry warfare in the event they needed us. It became obvious they needed us. But the main position after the evacuation was completed was Pilar Bagak. There's a road that goes right across the Bataan Peninsula, right at about its border with Zambales or Pampanga. I think it's Zambales. And eventually our main line of resistance was right across or right north of that road that crossed the peninsula. But they kept us in reserve, most of the Air Force guys, and they started using us as on patrols in case of infiltrators, and we got involved in some pretty good fights because there's caves all along these shorelines here, and one of them was Aecaoee, and my group got pulled into that action. But they knew they were there. The Japs had used these little landing craft and landed troops at these caves, and we're just going to keep them there until it was opportune time to hit our main line from the rear. But we got information to that effect first, and they drew us up and put us on a line in an old banana patch that pretty well blocked this Aecaoee caves, and we dug in. We were there overnight, and nothing much happened. No sounds, no nothing. And it was almost daylight, and we heard this fussing around. It sounded like people, you know. You couldn't make out distinctly what it was, and it sounded like equipment, rifles hitting canteens and stuff like that. So we got alert in a hurry, and the Japs had crawled out of that cave, and we started. We heard this bonsai, 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 and oh man, you talk about scared. The hairs on the back of our neck stood straight up, and we were armed and ready to shoot.
How many of you?
We were a squadron at that time, or which would be equivalent, close to a company size, a reduced-sized infantry company. And anyway, we were dug in and ready for them.
So what, about 80 or so, 75, 80 of you? Maybe?
Close to 100,
Close to
80 to 100 guys, yeah. And anyway, here they came. And boy, I don't know who shot first, but that's what happened. Then everybody starts shooting, and that kind of gets you jumped up a little bit, you know. And we were just shooting out in front of us, because that's where they were coming from. There was no flank, because we had that point pretty well blocked, surrounded more or less, and shoot and shoot and shoot. It probably was no more than a half an hour, 45 minutes, but it seemed like forever. And then finally, I don't know who gave the command to stop shooting, but all of a sudden we just stopped, and there was nothing coming from the Jap side. So we cleaned up as best we could, and I'm sure they dragged a lot of the Japs back with them, but they obviously had gone back either onto the shoreline or the cliffs, maybe not into the caves, but we held our positions, and everything was pretty silent except some patrols.
Did you take any casualties?
I wasn't aware of any at that time, but the Japs would send out some patrols, you know, feelers to see what they could learn, and we were pot-shotting them, and you'd hear a pop here, a pop there, and somebody'd holler, Japs, Japs. But again, that night, things kind of quieted down, and the next day they attacked again. And this time, we knew that we had the upper hand. There were far less bullets coming our way, far less noise, you know, far less disruption. So one of the officers gave the order to attack, and we did. And by the time we got to the shoreline there, we'd driven them off, and a bunch of them were down in the ocean on these, they weren't really a landing craft, it's just more like a raft, you know. They were on these rafts trying to make their way out to the ocean. So if you could say we had fun at all, we had fun taking pot shots at these guys. Then after things definitely quieted down, some of our people went down on the cliffs and into the caves, and they were pretty well stocked, so we surmised that they had been there for a while, and perhaps via fifth columnists, they got help or whatever. But that was not the only cave. There were several others. That was the only one I was involved in at that time. But from that point on, they used us as patrols. We would patrol from our positions north of Maravelis into the jungles, up to the mountains, and up to just behind the front line, looking for infiltrators, snipers, and anything we could find that didn't look like it belonged there. And that's pretty much what we did until the surrender. But prior to the surrender, the front line, they had stabilized above Bagak to some extent, but the line broke. We held them. We actually, I'm digressing quite a bit, but we actually slowed them down. Our front line troops slowed them down to the point where things were very quiet for a few weeks. I don't know how many, but that's when the Jap commander, what was his name? It's in the book. But he got relieved because it slowed the Japanese major battle plan to the extent that he got relief for failure to conquer us or whatever. But that...
Were the Filipinos fighting with you?
Oh, yeah.
Down in that
Yeah,
area too?
even the little conscripts, bless their hearts, you know.
So the conscripts were native Filipinos that were drafted into the Philippine Army or the American Army?
No, Filipino Army.
Philippine Army.
But they were under MacArthur's command. By the way, the minute, or not the minute, it was sometime before the Japs actually hit us, he was called back to duty and was given command of the Philippine forces.
Do you remember when you heard about MacArthur being evacuated?
Oh yeah. Let me catch up here a minute.
Right.
Anyway, our troops slowed the Japs down, and then they were reinforced. Some say it was another Jap army attached to this one. I'm not sure it was that large or not, but they started pushing back. The pressure was too much, and some of the Filipino troops would go right on back behind the front lines and get on down to where we were bivouacked. And you can't blame them, I guess. Jeez, when they were told to retreat, they just retreated, left everything, pistols, rifles, bayonets, canteens, everything. But that's when we thought, oh God, here it comes, as more and more Filipinos were drifting back to where we were. We were being sent out more and more frequently on patrol. But then the word came, I was actually ready to go on patrol with my group, and the word came that we're going to surrender. So we just waited to see what would come. And pretty soon they came, the Japs in force. You would expect that they would come in with rifles blazing, but they didn't really. I guess they figured they had seen the Japs or the Filipinos and our frontline troops making for the rear, so I guess they figured they had us on the run. But it didn't take them long to get down there and take control.
Prior to that, were there rumors of relief coming your way and stuff like that, or did you have any hopes?
None whatsoever. None whatsoever. No, we knew that we were being sacrificed, more or less. Some of the guys felt pretty bad about it. Others felt, well, we did our job, you know, that's what we're here for. So. But after that, we stayed organized pretty much in our own American unit. And then when the Japs got full control, it was obvious. At the very beginning, believe it or not, the Japs would give us a little bit of food. We were just kind of encamped with them, more or less. And some of the cooks would give us a little rice and
Any of them speak English?
We didn't encounter any that did, but there was enough of them that knew military war language and some English too, I suppose, that we were able to get along pretty well. But anyway, then they finally moved us down to the Marvelis airstrip, and we started getting kind of raggedy, losing sight of some of our own group. And then it was the Japs taking over. They were building us around and pushing us here and pushing us there and putting their arms down in between ranks, and so many go this way, so many go that way. So that's when we really pretty well got mixed up. But we were on Marvelis, or at Marvelis, for 3 or 4 days. I can't remember exactly how many, but let me see. The surrender was April 9th. Yeah, that was the surrender. And I was captured for 14 days. And I was on the march for 10 days. So we were in this Marvelis area for about 4 days, I guess. They finally got us organized into infantry type groups like platoons and squads. 4 squads to a platoon. And I don't know how many men to a squad, because it wasn't long after that our own people were starting to just drop like flies. And about the 4th day, they got us up and on the edge of the road, and gave the signal to start walking, start marching. And so we knew we were off to somewhere. We didn't know where, but and it wasn't but an hour or so we started walking along the main road, going back up the Bataan Peninsula to, I have to look at the map to get the name, but obviously they were going to send us to some kind of a prisoner of war camp.
Was that Camp O'Donnell that they were?
That was one. Cabana to one was another one.
Yeah.
But anyway, it was just an hour or so. We started marching along the road, and these damn Japs in their big trucks were coming screaming in the opposite direction towards Marvelis. And some of the drivers made it a point not to get too far away from the edge. And here we were marching along the edge. And I actually saw some of the kids getting bumped and thrown off to the side of the road. The damn Japs driving right on by, you know. That didn't last very long. I guess one of the Jap commanders got his dander up and gave an order to don't attempt to drive over these prisoners. But then we were on the march, and Jesus, the first day on that march was hectic. Not knowing what's going to happen, not knowing if we did get to keep our canteens. Some of the guys were able to keep some canned foods, dry foods and stuff, and they even shared them with us. But that didn't last long because it wasn't totally satisfactory for the Japs to let us go as we were. So they started stopping us individually and going through our pockets and having us drop our pants, taking our shoes off, our boots, and seeing if there was anything that they could get that they wanted or take away from us, you know, get some satisfaction out of that. So we virtually ended up with nothing, our canteen. They didn't take our canteens. I don't know why, then it became more difficult to get water. There were, artesian wells along the roads because of the rice paddies, you know. And we were thinking, geez, when we got low on our water, we could just go to the wells and fill up. But no, that was not permissible. They stopped us to change guards, and that was the time when some of the guards that were a little more considerate than others would let us go fill our canteens. And in some cases, on some of those stops, we didn't get to fill our canteens. We had to wait till a good-hearted Jap. We stopped again, and a good-hearted Jap would let us fill our canteens. And believe it or not, I actually, this was about the third, fourth day of the march, I actually was with a group of guys sitting down one of these breaks when a Jap guard came up and he motioned to give him our canteens. And I thought, oh God, this is the end. But he took our canteens. There was about 3 or 4 of us sitting in a little circle. He took our canteens, went over and filled them up from one of these wells and brought them back to us and gave us our canteens back. And another occasion, they weren't feeding us, that's for damn sure. At one point, third, fourth, or fifth day, something like that, one of our American officers, he was a captain, and we were stopped for one of these breaks, change of guards, and he started hollering at the top of his lungs, is there a what's that benevolent society worldwide?
Red Cross?
The Red
Cross?
No, it was a religious.
Salvation Army?
Quakers?
No. Oh, God almighty, isn't that awful? They were the Christian. I can't think of it.
YMCA?
No. One of these religious, like a club, a society. You've heard of the Y Club, the YMCA, and all that stuff. Anyway, these guys were very serious about their group. Anyway, he started hollering, is there a Japanese member of this benevolent group? And he said, this can't go on. This can't go on. And he said it again and again. Finally, believe it or not, there was a Jap officer, I don't know what his rank was. He came out of what looked like it was a Filipino bamboo shack, but it looked like they were using it for a headquarters. And he came up to our captain and spoke very good English. I could kind of overhear some of it. And he said, yes, I belong. So then our captain told him, said, why are you doing this? Why can't you take care of it? The Geneva Convention, prisoners of war. And he didn't try to defend himself or anything. What he did was just told everybody, his guards, to have us sit down on the side of the road. Then he started giving orders. And the next thing we knew, they were bringing these big tubs of rice out from a field kitchen. And so our captain was cooperating with him. They lined us up more or less, and we each got a handful of rice. And what else? We got something else too. It was Japanese something, kind of like not a dessert necessarily, but something stable that they carried with them, kind of a chewy bar type of thing, you know. And then after we had all eaten, they got us up again and started us marching. And back to no man's land, because we didn't run into another situation like that, period. Except for, again, a couple of guards. If they didn't fill our canteens, they told us to go get canteens. But be that, that's the good side of it. I saw so many of our guys that were just dying from thirst. They'd break ranks and go to these artesian wells and literally stick their heads under the well and get a good drink of water when the Japs would come up and start bayoneting them, and then finally shooting them in the head, kicking them off to the side of the road. That happened so many times. And I know in one case, my case, we were marching along, and one of the kids in our group of 4 side by side, I was in the middle of the road, and we were marching on the right-hand side of the road. And one of the kids next to me, he started stumbling, and I knew he was pretty bad off. So I grabbed him, and the kid that was on his other side grabbed him too with me. We were both literally carrying him along, almost dragging him because he could hardly walk. And then he started saying, "Put me down, put me down, put me down." He said, I can't go on, I can't go on. So we looked at one another, and you know, if it was hurting him more to be dragged along than dropped along the road, why I guess the best thing to do was to take him over there. So we did, and we just stepped out of line, out of ranks. And the next thing I knew, I was just seeing stars. And I don't know, I couldn't tell you what happened. But when I came to, there were 2 guys dragging me along. And I said, what the hell happened? I said, one of the Jap guards saw us step out of ranks, and he came up with his rifle butt, banged me on the back of my head, and that literally knocked me out. But this guy that was carrying, one of the guys that was carrying me, said, the 2 of us were able to grab you. We had to let the other guy go, but we grabbed you and pulled you back into ranks. So I said, what happened to the kid? He said, he was shot. So, and that was not just one thing, one of a kind thing either. That happened a lot of times. And I was involved with being with the groups overnight. They'd stop us in these rice paddies, or the Filipinos grew lots of vegetables too. In this one instance, it turned out to be a turnip patch because we were digging for turnip roots. But we thought we were going to be permitted to stay there for the night, and we bedded down, just the clothes we had on our back, and good old Mother Earth, you know, nothing else, not in our canteen. And we were just about ready to sack out, all of us, because we were so beat and tired. And God, we heard this rustling noise and rifle shots being fired, and everybody started to stampede. And they didn't know where the hell to go, and I didn't either. But I got the drift of the crowd, more or less. They were going across the road to the other side. We had been on the side of the shoreline side, which there was no cliffs or anything there. This was right down in the water at this point. But anyway, that's what they were doing. They were herding us across the street, or the highway. So I made my way over there. I don't know how. And felt I was far enough from the road to be fairly safe, and I just literally dropped, as did many more around me, and we just laid on our backs and looking up at the sky and wondering what the hell's going to happen next. And finally we drifted off to sleep, and then they roused us the same damn way. They came rustling through the troops and shooting their rifles. And with all this business going on, there were some of the kids were actually wounded, killed, because they weren't necessarily shooting it to the sky or aiming to the sky, you know, they're just shooting, period. So anyway, after getting close to the 10th day on the march, I can't remember for sure exactly. Oh, one good thing that happened too, all along the march, after the first few days, Filipinos would come down and they would line up like they were watching a parade, more or less. But the little devils, they actually had little balls of rice wrapped in banana leaves, and when the Japs guards weren't looking, they'd throw them out to us. And we lost some as a result of not knowing what they were doing, but we caught on in a hurry. And they'd throw bananas and mangoes, not papayas necessarily, because we didn't have any tools to work with or anything. So that kept a lot of us alive from time to time. And from that point on, I was starting to make up my mind that they never even heard of the Geneva Convention, and that if there is a prisoner of war camp, God help those that make it, because it's not going to be fun at all. I just started thinking about a way to get away, escape. And it didn't take long, because you only had one choice, and that's make a beeline. The roads were lined pretty much with bamboo windbreak they used for windbreakers, you know, along the road line, dividing the roads between or with the rice paddies on the other side. And I thought it's going to be tough squirming through the bamboo thicket, but better that than to die on the highway. And if I could get into the rice paddies, and you know rice paddies, don't you? They're square plots, more or less. I don't know, maybe 10 to 15 feet by 10 to 15 feet, and there are dikes all around them too, to keep the water in, and then they have watering systems called, can't think of what they called it, but the water coming from these artesian wells and directed into the rice paddies. But the dikes, they were wet, of course, but it wasn't underwater. So, and there was rice growing, thank God, rice in the fields, up about 3 or 4 feet. And I figured if I could get through the bamboo, scoot along the dikes, you know, into the rice paddies, and take my time about it, don't jiggle the rice and attract attention or anything, I might be able to get away. So the next break, I was telling the guys that this is what I might do, or what I'm thinking of doing. And if I'm successful, maybe you guys give it a try too. Not all at the same time, obviously, but one at this break and one at the next break. And most of the guys I was still with was familiar with Clark Field and Stotzenburg. And before the war, we knew friendly natives. The Negritos, the little aborigines, lived up there. We knew they were very friendly to the Americans. So I said, we could try to make our way back there somehow with the help of the Filipinos, some way get back there, and we might be safe. And most of them said, oh, we'll be all right as soon as we get to the prisoner of war camp. So you're nuts. I said, you don't have a chance of surviving. I said, the heck I don't, more so than what we're doing now. Can we get a
Little drink of water.
So I said, well, I'm going to do it. And so I just thought the Japs weren't even bothering to look at us at this time. There's too many of our people had dropped along the wayside, so they used fewer and fewer Jap guards. And when we were on a break, the Japs were taking advantage of it. So they weren't looking my way, so I said, what better time than now? They're not even watching it. So these guys said, nah, don't do it, don't do it. I said, I'm going, and I did. And I got scratched up going through the rice, or the bamboo thickets, but I got out to the paddies, and I crawled, maybe 5 or 10 yards in, and then I just laid there. I felt I was far enough away that if they weren't looking, they couldn't see me from the road, and the bamboo thickets would block some of the vision anyway. And I lay there for, I don't know, it seemed like forever, but maybe an hour or two, and then I couldn't hear anything from the road anymore. I figured, well, all the prisoners that are going to pass this way have passed, or maybe they're holding them up way down the road someplace. So I started crawling on the rice paddies again. This was pretty close, about mid-afternoon, I would think. And,
Show me on the map about where this would have been.
okay. I wish this was bigger so I could read it. This is a town of Oran. It's a pretty good sized town as far as they go over there. Each township or municipality was responsible for the barrios, the villages. The villages were out further and in and around the rice fields and agricultural locations and banana fields and whatever. So Oran was a municipality, and there were numerous villages inland from them. Oran was right on the coastline. So I wasn't far from the city. We hadn't come into the city yet. So I figured if I can get out into here in the rice fields, I'll be all right. So, God, I can't see the small print enough to make out the villages where I ended up.
Yeah.
So, let me see if I can. Santa Rita. No, this map isn't big enough either. Anyway, I figured I must have crawled about 200 or 300 yards, and the sun was going down too. So, and I was just totally beat. So I thought, to hell with it. I'm just going to stay here tonight. And after it got real dark, I was actually about to snooze, and I heard some voices from behind me, and they were walking along the rice paddy. You could pretty well tell it because of the jiggling of the rice. And I thought, oh my God, after all this, I thought it was the Japs, you know. Thought maybe somebody had seen me. So anyway, I'd had no weapons. I still had my canteen. And I was too weak to even pull it out and use it as a hammer or anything. Said the hell with it. And so these two young boys came up and saw me before I saw them. And they said, hey Joe, it's okay, we're your friends. I thought, oh, good God, thank the Lord, you know. So what they did, the farmers build these little kubus, they call them, K-U-B-U, out in the rice field. They're little bamboo shacks. And the primary purpose is to go take a break when they're working in the rice fields. And they're usually very close or under a big banyan tree where there's shade. And there's usually one of these artesian wells close by too, because they're all through the rice fields. And they rest the carabao too, their beast of burden.
Mm-hmm.
So these two kids took me to one of these little kubus further out in the rice fields. And we had our banyan tree too. But it was quite a ways. Like, you could hardly see the huts close to Oran, the township. Could hardly see anything, believe me, other than rice. See the mountains, of course, but I felt safe, as safe as I could be, and especially with the two Filipino boys helping me. And anyway, they took me to this kubu and told me that
About how old were these boys?
they're teenagers, 16, 17, 18, something like that. And they told me I'd be safe there, and that they would have to go back to their village, but they would bring me food. And sure enough, it was before sunup, but they were back, and they brought me food and melons. They grow watermelons over there, small, but watermelons, papaya. And I'll tell you, I was so damn hungry, I couldn't control myself. And it made me sick. Even just eating watermelon made me sick. So they told me, they had warned me, but I couldn't resist. So anyway, I backed off, and I said, I'll be a good boy, I'll take it easy. And they left some food with me to nibble. And when I did get a hunger pain, I just, a little bit of rice and maybe a bite of banana or watermelon or something. So all the time, I didn't realize what they were doing. All the time we were there, some of their very close friends and relatives would come out to meet me. But it wasn't like a party or anything. They were very aware of the Jap patrols, stuff like that. But all of the time I was there, which was, I was thinking, I always thought it was close to a week. Might have been 5 days, something like that. They were making arrangements with the Catholic convent in the municipality of Santa Rita, which is quite a ways away from Oran, where I was, closer to the foothills of the mountains, the Zambales Mountains, but approximately in this location, right here, still close to Bataan, but getting closer to the province of Zambales. And they came for me one evening with a carabao cart, just a typical, you see them in Mexico all the time, stuff they carry the rice grain in and whatever else they have to. And they said, we're taking you to Santa Rita, to a Catholic convent over there. The nuns have agreed to take care of you till you can get your health back. I knew I was awfully thin and weak, but I wasn't totally aware of it. I didn't bother to look at my arms or legs or anything. But
Okay, I'm going to take a change tapes here now.
okay.
Okay. Do you remember the name of the convent that you were going to?
No, I don't. I can't remember if it's in the book or not.
Okay.
Malcolm would know.
Okay.
He's the guy that wrote it.
This might be a good time. Let's talk about this book just a little bit.
Okay.
Why don't you can kind of, or here, let me hold it here for a minute. First of all, I'm going to do this. Just tell me a little bit how this book came to be written and stuff.
Oh, starting now?
Yeah.
It was always Malcolm's intention to...
This is Malcolm Decker?
Decker, yeah.
And who is he?
He's the son of Doyle Decker, who's my very close buddy and fellow survivor
Okay.
of our escapades in the Philippines. And of course, he heard these stories from his dad ever since he was a little kid. Okay, since he was a little kid. And as he got older, he started taking notes. And his dad had written notes here and there and beyond, but nothing you could really put together and make anything up. And so as a full-grown man and a veteran of the Vietnam War himself, a well-educated guy, he decided he was going to take a crack at writing this book. And I had known him ever since he was born. Doyle and I stayed in touch.
Where does he live?
He lives in Springfield. It was Springfield, Missouri, where the family grew from, I should say. They're still in Missouri for the most part, but they're in and around. Malcolm is in Lebanon right now. Doyle, by the way, he died, God, I can't remember, six or more years ago, maybe longer. But anyway, he took a crack at it, like I said, and got in touch with me to see if I would work with him, if I was interested at first, and then work with him. And I said, sure, I'd be glad to help. I'd made a few notes myself. I wrote a little story for a newspaper for San Antonio, Texas, years ago, around Veterans Day, and that was my contribution, more or less. We lived in Texas for a while. But anyway, we got together, and he started putting some things down and kind of outlining the story. Sent it to me, and I went over it tooth and toenail and added my recommendations and things. Sent them back to him, and then he would take the next step. Pretty soon we had a book. And he would send everything he did, changes, anything, he'd send to me. And I would go over it with him via phone most of the time. But quite often what I would do, I would either elaborate, I'd take what he'd written and elaborate on it, or I would in many cases change it or correct it, and then maybe even add some stuff.
Did he write it before or after his father passed away?
Beg pardon?
Did he write it before or after his father passed away?
It was finished after his dad.
But it was started before.
Yeah, in the early stages, yeah. But it's too bad Doyle couldn't have been alive. And I know he'd been very proud of Malcolm.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's how we got the book. And what I read in the finished product, I enjoyed and appreciated very much. The first part of it is mostly Doyle, and I had no connection with his dad during the early stages. As a matter of fact, it was late 1943 before we even came in contact with one another.
Yeah.
But from that point on, boy, we were like glue.
Okay, good. Well, let's we'll continue on, and then we'll later on we'll get back into
Okay.
that probably. Okay, so and the convent here over there would have been about.
Were you
Yeah,
waiting for me?
I got it. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, this is Oran that we talked about.
Yeah.
And here's the Zambales Mountains in Pampanga province. And that little town of Santa Rita was just about here,
Mm-hmm.
a little north and west of Oran.
Okay. And the were they Filipino nuns, or were there any American or other or European?
There, I found out just recently that, and I didn't know this, there was one American Filipina that was there. She was, you know, we had lots of troops over there during and after the Spanish-American War.
Right.
And many American soldiers and airmen sailors married Filipinas.
Mm-hmm.
She was American Filipina, and God, I remember her. She was big and jolly and just sweetest thing in the world. Couldn't do enough for you. But the Mother Superior, I wish I could remember her name. She, in a sense, she reminded me of my drill sergeant, but you could tell that she had a heart. Boy, I mean a big heart. But anyhow, they got me to Santa Rita at night. It only took us that one night. And fortunately, it's kind of back off from the main roads. It has a main highway, but not a paved one. That'll give you an idea of what we're talking about. And fortunately for us, the Japs weren't patrolling, no trucks going back and forth.
Now, is this in the mountains?
Not really. It's along the foothills.
Okay.
Zambales, actually, it comes into Bataan.
Mm-hmm.
The whole range is from.
What's the highest? I mean, what are they? The elevation of those mountains, pretty much.
Oh, they're not high, but they're 4 or 5, maybe 6,000. Maybe let me. Well, somewhere in the area of 6,000 would be
Mhm.
a tall peak.
Yeah.
But anyway, they cover the whole area from Bataan to Lingayen,
Yeah.
the mountain range, I mean. But they literally unloaded me that night, and they had one of the units or buildings. It was kind of like an attic, really. And they put me up in the attic, had it all nice and fixed up. The beds, unfortunately for me, were not inner springs or anything like that. They sleep on, if not on the bamboo floor of the shack, then they have woven rattan. And there are some beds, you know, full beds with rattan, but a lot of the natives they have rolls of rattan. They roll it out on top of the bamboo, and I happen to be one of the fortunate ones. I had a rattan bed, but with skin and bone, it's still.
You were the only GI there.
Yeah, well, only American.
No wonder.
There was a Filipino scout who were American trained
Right.
and officered troops, And
The Scouts had a real good reputation, didn't they?
oh
as far
God,
as-
perfect, terrific, fierce fighters, just dedicated. I mean, that's their life, you know. But Bino, he escaped from the Japs, and I don't know for sure how he made his way there, but Filipino to Filipino. But he was not from that area originally, but he'd been stationed at Fort Stotzenberg with the cavalry. So, but anyway, he became my nursemaid, my pal.
Spoke English well?
companion.
Did he speak English well?
Yeah. See, after the Americans took over the islands, after the Spanish-American
Right.
War ended, they taught English in school from that day on, practically. So all the kids, little kids, spoke very good English. And in between people spoke pretty good English. Older folks, in many cases, did not. They spoke Spanish, but they didn't speak English. But that was no problem because we could still get along. And there were always somebody around that spoke the language. But Bino spoke soldier English, you know what I mean? Yeah, he spoke it very well, and was a good companion, good nursemaid.
How many nuns were there?
I can't tell you that. I don't really know, Dave. It was a pretty large convent, as far as I know. The priest was Spanish, but he spent years in Los Angeles, California. So we had many a evening discussion on the old days, California, and what. And I'm sure he gave orders, you know, for the contingent to really take care of me.
Mm-hmm.
We were also fortunate in having a doctor in the community who was born and raised there, but he went to school in Manila and then practiced in Manila. When the Japs occupied Manila, he decided to come back home, and he took or brought with him as much as he could carry, find. He had help, I'm sure, but all the medicine, bandages, pills, anything he could bring home, he did.
Was it dangerous for them to keep you and the Scout there?
It was, except that we were lucky being out of the way. The Japs were not that concerned. But I was with the nuns, let me see. I was there with them when Corregidor surrendered, and that was a month after we had surrendered. April, May 20th, was it? I was in the convent when Corregidor surrendered, and God, we all felt real bad about that. We were thinking, Bino and I, we were thinking that could possibly be a way out of this, but not so. And then I was with the nuns. I'm just guessing now, I'm not sure about this, but I think it was close to November. Let's see, May, June, July, August, September, October. Yeah, I was close. I was close to November when sometime in between there, the Japs started getting curious. They were more comfortable with having conquered the islands. The guerrillas had not really been organized to that point. The communist guerrillas had, but they weren't really doing much. They were taking advantage of the situation and walking around, hiking around to village, asking for aid and help and money, food, medicine. We're going to be involved with guerrilla fighting. To be honest with you, that's about all they ever did, all through the war. But well, so be it. But with the help of the doctor who he had vitamin B12 pills, and with the kindness and the care of the nuns and the doctor. At one point, when I was really able to, let me back up a minute. When I first got there, I was literally out of it. It's a wonder I didn't die. I was delirious at times. Some of the time I knew what the heck was going on. I'd start talking about home, and I couldn't understand myself. I mean, my language is all right, but I couldn't quite understand what I was saying, or why. And so with their help, I finally started to recover. My memory cleared, my mind cleared, and I was starting to eat. And Bino would pick me up and walk me around, exercise me, But I thought, gee whiz, I should really know what's wrong with me, where I am physically. And it didn't dawn on me until this point that Bino shaved me. I hadn't looked at myself, no mirror, and I couldn't tell much just looking down like this. I was in bed most of the time. So I started asking Bino to find out if the nuns had a scale. I said, I want to weigh myself. I want to find out what my starting point is. I said, I feel like I've got a chance to make it, so I need a starting point to see what progress to make. He says, oh, the Mother Superior doesn't want you to get weighed. So I finally convinced him and the Mother Superior. So they had one of these old-fashioned grocery scales to stand up on, And anyway, they got me up there. I could balance enough to get myself weighed. I weighed 72 pounds. This skin and bone.
And what did you weigh when you went into the service? What did you weigh when you went into the service?
Oh, I was at high school. I was 160 pounds, and was pretty much that weight when the war started. Maybe I dropped about. Well, no, I did drop, but let me put it another way. What I eventually came back to. Anyway, and then I looked at myself in the mirror. And, oh, I couldn't believe it. Said my mother wouldn't even know me. But anyway, I convinced them that we should have some kind of a program, a schedule or something, and she agreed. She was all for it. There was for the most of the time, there's 3 nuns besides the Mother Superior that they were probably charged with taking care of me, looking in on me or whatever, and Bino. So anyway, we worked it out pretty well. A regimen of diet and time to feed, time to exercise, time to talk with a priest, and pray. I could hear the nuns with their prayers day and night. It's practically a 24-hour deal with them. And I'm not Catholic, and I'm not against religion by any means, but it was, in a sense, kind of interesting, kind of a change of pace. Kind of gave me something to lean on, And so anyhow, this program worked, and at the same time, the Japs started looking in on these out-of-the-way places just to see what was there, and of course they started taking food from the farmers by then, and they didn't take the carabaos away in droves because they needed the carabaos to do the farming. So the Japs were considerate in that regard. But what the heck is my... Oh, they did start getting curious, and they would go into houses uninvited, look around, and they'd go into the stores and stuff like that. And they hadn't gone into the churches up to that point. I had been told that the Japanese headquarters in Manila told the Japs not to bother the churches. I guess they worked out a deal with the archbishop or something. But anyway, they were getting more curious, and it just wasn't worth the gamble, despite the fact I was way up in the attic. So I told them that it would probably be a good idea if they could find some people who could help me get out of there and move somewhere else where I could stay for a while to gain my strength. And there were, believe it or not, any number of Filipino families wanting, almost begging to take me. And I ended up with a family by the name of David. They pronounce it David. And wonderful people, very religious, very dedicated to the church. But they wanted to do this. And they had what might be called a mansion in terms of sizes of bamboo shacks or houses over there. But they had kind of a back area, which they made a little bedroom for me, and they had a lot of family stuff stacked up very close by, blankets and stuff, so that if the Japs did come in, they could push it all over me and kind of camouflage, because that's what some people had to do without, or either that or being caught. And so I didn't mind, obviously. But
Were you feeling pretty good by this time?
I was feeling pretty good. I was even walking by myself, exercising, although Bino was still there. And
Did
we'd go out.
He came with you to this house?
Yeah, yeah.
How long were you in the convent?
I was almost, if not 6 months, at least 6 months in the convent. And then I was with the Davids for another 3 or 4 months, because by then the Japs, and they were way out in the rice fields. They were, by their standards, wealthy people. They owned rice paddies, rice fields. They owned lots of carabaos and chickens and fruit patches or fruit orchards and stuff. And but the Japs would start patrolling and taking advantage of the food, you know, and even that got too darn close. I was actually still with them when the Japs came into the house a couple of times.
I meant to ask you, by this time, had you heard of any other GIs or Americans like you in
Yes,
different places?
The priest told me that there were some escapees and some Americans in the mountains. And he knew what a guerrilla was.
So some Americans who had never been captured.
Yeah. Yeah, they got word. Those Americans made contact with foothill Filipinos and on down the line.
Mm-hmm.
You know, practically everybody was related to somebody over there. So, but anyhow, I left the Davids and went with another.
Well, tell me, you said the Japs came into their house while you were there a couple of times. Tell me about that a little bit. And
Well,
what did you...
fortunately, they just came in for a drink. See, they have water in the shacks in these big clay pots. They're drinking water. So they were out patrolling the rice paddies, and they just came in for a drink.
But I mean, were you scared when they did, or did you figure that...
You know, it's a funny thing. Scared for what? You know, I had no life. I had no body to speak of. It was a matter of survival. And my first thought was, the people I was with, God, you know, I thought, this is terrible. But anyway, I listened to their instructions, and it worked. And they showed a lot of friendliness to the Japs, so they had no reason to go into every room and peck around and whatever. That wasn't true in all cases, but for me it was, fortunately. But I went with another fellow. He was a bachelor, Jose, and I can't remember his last name for the life of me. He was a farmer, sugarcane, and of course he had his rice paddies and papayas and whatever. And he had a nicer house closer to town, but he had this kubu. It's not just a kubu. It was better than that. It was a nice bamboo little hut, you know. And that's where he put me, stayed, and would bring me food every day, and then let me take care of myself, which I could at that time. He told me he dug a GI trench, you know, and of course there's lots of trees, lots of bamboo all the time. It's not just plain flat land, so it was easy to be aware of myself being seen by anybody else. And then he would come back, not every night. He would always come in the morning when he went to work and bring me food. And then at night, sometimes he would come. He'd want to know about Hollywood, Los Angeles, life in the U.S., where did I go to school. Just a great pal, an older guy, but good shape. Gee whiz, he was great shape. And I don't know, I can't remember how long I was with him before Colonel Merrill, who plays a big part of this whole guerrilla thing. Colonel Merrill, Colonel Collier, and one other officer. He was a captain. God, I can't think. It's in the book. A captain, and then a private. He's in the book too. American, all Americans, who had escaped. Oh, I can't remember who did what, but a couple of them escaped from the death march, and the rest of them never surrendered. Like in Merrill's case, he was cut off, and he came through the mountains. And anyway, Joe told me I was going to have some visitors, and here comes these. What did I say? Four Americans, and I couldn't believe it. I had heard through my friends that there were Americans in and around, but I didn't think there was this many that close. They were staying with the Hinco family. This always kind of tickled me, because the oldest son was Jesus, and Hinco is Jinco. I would say Jesus Jinko, you know. Never to him, but it just tickled me a little bit. But they were very well off, very rich people, and had literally a mansion, a wood house built high on stilts. They were kind of like the prime ministers of the community, and how they managed to have these four guys in their house and deal with the Japs at the same time, I'll never know, but they did. But even then, that was too much, and Colonel Merrill realized it. The four of them got themselves in pretty good physical condition. So before I was ready to go to the mountains, Merrill and his gang took off and went up in the mountains. And I didn't hear from them for quite some time.
Did they know where they were going? I mean, did they have a destination?
Pretty much, because Merrill, if he wasn't the CO, he was the executive officer of Fort Stotzenburg. So he'd been there for quite a while, cavalry officer. And
But I mean, was there another group of Americans or scouts or something up there that they were
Oh.
going to join?
at this time, no, but there had been. General MacArthur had ordered Lieutenant Colonel Thorpe, who was the provost marshal at Fort Stotzenburg, Clark Field, to go through the lines before he left Bataan or Corregidor and before the surrender, and get behind the lines behind Stotzenburg, area he knew well, and organize guerrillas. And of course MacArthur took note of that, and I think the intention long range was to eventually get help back, submarines or whatever, but it just didn't work out that way. It never had a chance. And he saw that the minute he got to Australia, I'm sure. But there were other Americans who escaped by not surrendering, some that got out of the death march some way or another, and got into the mountains, and linked up with an American family, Fawcett, F-O-S-S-T-H, Fawcett family. I think the older brothers were the only Americans, full Americans. They married and they were sugar cane people. And after the Spanish-American War, the family came over. Lots of families came over and started farming and developing sugar cane fields and whatever. So there were quite a number of families like that. But the Fawcett family took it upon themselves to establish a refugee camp in the mountains, areas they knew very well, thinking that there would be escapees and people needing help. Of course, they got wind of the death march right off the bat.
At this point, the Japanese were not bothering to go up into the mountains?
Not then, no. They were spending most of their time getting control of the ports and the cities and key positions and locations and stuff like that. And getting their work groups organized. They had forced labor, so that took them a lot of time. And they had a big war to fight below, south of us and east too. So they couldn't spare the troops, so to speak. But sometime later in 1940, they started getting occupation troops.
In 1940?
Or 41, I mean. 41, yeah.
So these guys go up into the mountains, and you still are staying with, which family are you with now?
I had just left the DAVE family,
And you,
went to Joe,
right.
and it was getting hot. Oh, before I left Joe, two other Americans showed up. One who was in my outfit, he was our supply sergeant,
Right.
Joe Donahue. And another guy I didn't know, but they knew where each other was, but they weren't staying with the same family. So anyway, Joe took me to Joe Donahue's patron, who was Raphael, who was also a bachelor. But it was too much to have three together at this point in time. And so the two of us, Joe and I, went back towards the village of Bonaba, where I had been with the DAVE family, and the Hinkos as well. Can't think of his name, the American. He didn't want to go. He wanted to hang around the lowlands. He said, I can do it by myself. So we said, okay, fine. So we didn't stay back in Bonnewa very long until we were planning to make our way to the mountains with the help of Joe and some teenage kids. But this was something that we didn't expect. One night, we were actually waiting for some Filipino villagers to come out and just chit-chat with us. We were in a shack out in the rice paddies, more or less.
Is this like towards the end of 42?
No, this was still, yes it was, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. We were still hiding, well, Joe and I were together, we were still hiding out, more or less. But lo and behold, I thought I heard the villagers coming, and we were in a shack that had stilts, you know, up high to get out of the wet rice paddies. I thought I heard voices. I told Joe I was going to go down the ladder and see if they were our friends. And lo and behold, it's two other Americans. And geez, they both rushed in like they were going to take over the place, you know. And so anyway, we got together, and finally they told me who the hell they were, or told us who the hell they were. One was a cavalry lieutenant who was a real get-go guy. You know, he's got his war, man. He was going to make the most of it. The other guy, Clay Connor, was an Air Force communications officer. And how they got together, I'm not sure, except that neither one had surrendered, and they had both gone through this Fosses camp. And when they left, they were together. And what they were trying to do is see what was going on in the lowlands, and then, as I found out later, make their way up in northern Luzon, where the American forces had been cut off, and they had gotten word that they were still pretty well supplied, pretty well intact for the most part, and that's where they wanted to go. But in the meantime, we had our little episode. The word gets around, and the Filipinos don't intend to be spies or tell anything they shouldn't, but they can't help keeping their mouths shut. It's, oh, I know something you don't, you know. So the word got around, and Joe and I made up our minds in a hurry, along with Clay and the other guy. God, I can't remember names. And so with a little help, we headed for the mountains.
What rank were you at this time? Or what rank?
I was a corporal. I'd made corporal on Bataan, and later on I did better, but anyway, for the time being.
Mm-hmm.
So we made our way to the mountains, and happened to be this cavalry guy knew a lot of the villagers in the lowlands south of Fort Stotzenburg. They had cavalry trails all over the place. So he got to know a lot of people before the war, just riding around, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They were on some kind of a mission, but it was a friendly mission, more or less. So we ended up in this little village called Bonnewa, and Joe made up his mind in a hurry that he didn't want to run around the islands fighting Japs all the time. He wanted to find a place to hide and wait. And as it turned out, there were two others, one of which was Doyle, my buddy in the book, living up in and around Bonnewa too. So Connor asked me if I wanted to go with him. So I thought, oh, why not? Something to do and be part of the American war effort, so to speak. So we took off, and Joe got together with the other two and stayed very safe, as a matter of fact, and headed north. We got tangled up in a little affair up there. The Japs had raided a village, and one of the American kids, Hunt or Hurt or something like that, he'd been shot in the raid and was alive when we were there. But we found out later when we left that he had died. This was north of Fort Stotzenburg in Clarkfield. It wasn't that difficult to cross Stotzenburg and Clarkfield along the foothills. The Japs had guards out. They had patrols, but we had linked up with some Negritos by then, and you couldn't find those guys for hell. You couldn't hear them either. And so they knew their way, and we made it across Stotzenburg and ran into this little visitation in the hills with Hunt. And when we left them, we decided that it wouldn't be smart to linger in the foothills. The smart thing to do would to be go right down in the midst of the Japs, where they know nothing is happening and nothing's going on, in the middle of the island. And we were here, we crossed Stotzenburg here. We decided to go down into the lowlands here. And there were any number of Filipino youngsters and ex-soldiers as well that were willing to help. And our mission, of course, was to go way the hell up here. But when we got across the highway, the next night, all of a sudden, God, I wish I could remember this guy's name. Let me have the book a minute. Ramsey. Oops. Ramsey.
You can just keep it over there.
Yeah. Now I can't remember his first name. He was the hotshot lieutenant. All of a sudden, he made up his mind that he wanted to go to Manila. He said he thinks he can pick up and develop more action in Manila. And he had a couple of things on his in his favor. He spoke fluent Spanish, and he was Catholic. He said, I know some church people down there. He said, I could pass as a Catholic, a priest. And even though I stick out like a sore thumb being American, he could get by. And by God, that's what he ended up doing. So Connor looked at me and he said, what do you think? I said, you're the boss. He said, let's go. So we did. We kept going. We got down into the middle of the island and ran into two more Americans, Frank Guerilla and Eddie Keith. And Frank had known Connor. They got to Foss's camp together. And how or when they split up, I'm not sure. But Guerilla ended up going with this Eddie Keith, and they ended up in the Hukbelahap territory, the communist guerrilla, Mount Ararat, or Arayat, in that territory. But we ran into those two, and Frank decided he wanted to go with us, and Eddie wanted to fiddle around with the Huks. He said they've got food, they've got drinks, they've got clothes. So we said okay, and the three of us left, and 2 or 3 more days we were going up, getting pretty far north, and near Cabanatuan, by the way. And Jesus, we got ourselves into a hell of a trap. It could have been a Filipino that turned on us. But we were with some Filipinos that were helping guide us to where we wanted to go. And obviously we had to stop and take breaks and stay someplace overnight all the time. But we were in this little village, another one, I can't remember the name, and got up the next morning. Frank got up first. He was out. It was like a little bamboo patio in the back. They had drinking water pots, and they had washing water pots. So he was out washing his face, and one of the Filipino members of the family told Frank, Japanese come. So Frank came back in the shack and he said, God, there's Japs all around us. So we grabbed our weapons, such as they were, and the only thing we could do, they had pretty much surrounded us by that time. But we'd taken stock of where we were the night before, and we were right on a small river, but it crossed the main highway and came right adjacent to where the shack we were staying in was. And on the other side of the highway were rice paddies and bamboo thickets. And we made our minds up in a hurry that we'd rush the Japs and get across the highway and then get on into the rice paddies, cross the river, and there were more rice paddies on the other side. So and that's what we did. We just, the three of us, just like the three idiots, you know. We got together. The Filipino family we were staying with, they got away. They knew where to go and how to do it. And we each had pistols, 45, and we jumped off of the so-called platform of the hut and just started running. And I guess it surprised or scared the hell out of some of the Japs. They actually made room for it. They spread out, and we ran right through them. And we took some shots backwards, you know, and got across the road, got into the rice paddies, and far enough in that we thought it'd be safe enough to cross the river now, which we did. Got on the other side. What happens? The Japs had gotten smart. They crossed the river by the road and came along the other side in the rice paddy, and they saw us coming through the bamboo thickets and were taking pot shots at us. We fired back, so they took cover, but we kept going and kept going. Finally, we got out into the rice paddies, and things seemed to quiet down, but I got lost. I couldn't tell you, couldn't find Frank or Connor or any of the guides we had. So I just followed the river very quietly and very cautiously. And I ran into an old man, fisherman. He was in the river fishing. And he apparently did it a lot, because he'd made himself a little kubu out of the rice, more or less. But it was back from the river, and he saw me coming. And God, when I saw him, I didn't know what to do. But he said, come on, come Joe, come Joe. So I did. And he took me, or we crawled into his hideout. And it was a pretty good thing, because some Japs started, or had followed us and got into the river. We could hear them slopping in the river. But fortunately, before they got to me and my new companion, they stopped, and they hollered around, talking back and forth, trying to make up their mind what to do, I guess. Darn if they didn't turn around and go back from where they came. So we stayed in his little hideout. The rest of the day, that night, he took me to his house, and he had a grandson who was, I would say, about 18, and who knew the Central Plains pretty well. And he also knew that Frank and Connor and their guides had gotten through, hadn't gotten wounded or hurt or anything. And he helped guide him on to the next village a day or so after he saw them. I'm screwing around here for 2 or 3 days, not knowing where the heck I am. But anyway, he agreed to take me. He got word that they were way up, almost to the point where we get into the northern mountains. Again, another town I can't. I just can't read these names. It was someplace up in here on a line with Lingai and Gulf. And darn if we didn't run into Bruce was his last name, and his sidekick Tommy Musgrove. And they had Bruce was one of Thorpe's troops that went through the mountains before the surrender, and I don't know where he picked up Tommy, but they had started organizing guerrillas in Zambales Mountains, but when Thorpe got captured and killed, Bruce decided to see if he could make his way up to the northern part with Volkman and the rest of them. And that's where we ran into him. But Connor and Frank ran into him first. My friend, my guide, knew that they had gotten word that's where they were. So he took me to where they were. And they couldn't believe it. They didn't know I had made it. So again, we were unfortunate. We couldn't. The Japs had pretty well covered this area from Lingayen to the eastern side. Patrols all the time. They had they had military installations and whatever. So it wasn't the easiest thing to do. But unbeknownst to us, they had gotten wind of Americans running loose. And we were about to make our move north, waiting for dark. And God, here Japs on both sides of us. They hadn't come right into the little village. They'd gone on the outskirts, but they pretty well had us covered. And so there was some firefight, and Tommy and I got cut off. Bruce and Clay and Frank were able to get south and back into a fairly safe region where supposedly some Usaaf, we called ourselves Usaaf, guerrilla, U.S. Armed Forces in the Far East. Not Hucks, but Usaaf guerrillas. It wasn't a big band, but they were down in here someplace. So they got safe, but Tommy and I were cut off. And we were hiding in the rice paddy, and I don't know how they didn't detect us, because they were all over the place. I could even see them. And I didn't dare shoot because I didn't have that much ammunition with me. Together with the fact, in the very beginning, we were very cautious to shoot where there were Filipinos around, because the Japs had done this and made it known that they would go back and kill the villagers if they found any guerrillas or escaped Americans. So there I was, just laying there. And I thought the best thing to do was just stay as still as I could until sundown. And I didn't even want to start crawling, So the sun finally set, and there was a kubu type shack not too far from where Tommy and I were, although I didn't know Tommy was there. So I crawled to this shack, and fortunately for me, they had some rice and left it in the pot. It was cold, but when you're hungry, rice is rice. So I ate some rice and was wondering what the heck to do next, and then I heard some shuffling outside, and I took it very slowly, but I could determine it was a guy like myself crawling and being very cautious. And so I whispered, I said, "Who's there?" And it was Tommy. He said, "Jesus Christ, is that you, Bob?" I guess he could recognize my voice. So I said, yeah, come on in, there's some rice. We didn't stay there though, we ate some rice and took off. And it's a long story really. We made our way back almost the way Connor and I had come, avoiding Japs as best we could. We had to hook up with the Hucks one time because the Japs were raiding this area here, rice paddies and all, and we got in a nice little firefight with them. We were, the Guerilla, the Hucks and Tommy and I were fighting from the rice paddies more or less. But what the Japs did, smart little devils, they had these bamboo windbreakers, I told you. They lit fire to them so they could see movement behind the fire. Oh boy, when that happened, we scattered, and Tommy and I were able to flank them to the north. I think they were watching and thinking we'd come to the south. But Tommy and I were lucky. We got around them to the north. But I'll tell you, they were chasing us every darn day. We stayed hidden and just out of reach, but till we got almost opposite that little village where the guy had got shot and died. And that was Bruce's area anyway. And again, with help from the Filipino, we couldn't have done it by ourselves.
Were the Hucks fighting the Japanese quite a bit?
Only when they got caught. Yeah, they fought in defense, but they never went after them. So anyway, we made it across the main highway again. This one right here.
But you weren't worried about the Hucks turning you into the Japs?
No, not really. If they like to find Americans and have talk the Americans into staying with them, because that assisted them with their ability to attain food and supplies and things from the Filipinos who loved the Americans. So if the Hucks had an American with it, oh boy, that was number one, you know. But anyway, darned if we didn't get back.
But otherwise, if the Filipinos didn't care much for the Hucks.
No, not really. They didn't care for communism, believe it or not. They knew what communism was. But lo and behold, Tommy and I found Bruce and Frank and Clay in this little village across the west of the highway where we had been. So Bruce and Tommy decided that's where they're going to stay. It's in Tarlac, province of Tarlac, and do their guerrilla organizing. And Connor and Frank and I decided we're going to go back south of Stotzenburg, an area that I knew very well. Connor knew it pretty well because he got over there just a couple months before the war started. Frank knew it pretty well too because he was in a what do they call those outfits? Ammunition? The ones that have all the ammunition?
Oh.
God.
Ordnance?
Ordnance, yeah. He was in an ordnance company at Stotzenburg, or Clark Field. So he knew the area pretty well. We figured that's the best area we could be in to survive because we'd already known some people and we knew the Negritos. And we knew those little Dickens would help us out, you know. So that's what we did. We made it back in the jungles behind Bonabont and rejoined Joe Donahue again, who was still scared to death. But
I need to take a okay.
anyway, Joe still didn't want to be a part of it. He said, "I'll help any way I can, but I'm not going to be a gung-ho fighter." So we started talking to the villagers, and the Negritos already said, "Sure, why not?" And they were tribal, but they had a king, and they had a prime minister. Kojero Laksamana was the prime minister, and that's in the book too, Mary. He was our right-hand guy. And most of the villagers and the, each little village had its head too. What they call them? Well, that's in the book too, but most of the villagers and the head of the village thought it would be a good idea, but didn't want any fighting down in the village. They didn't want to be subjected to the Japs killing everybody, you know. So we said, no, we'll stay away. So what we planned was to work along the old cavalry trail that I told you about, from Fort Stotzenburg to the west coast. The Japs used that, mostly just supply routes, whatever, sometimes looking for guerrillas. They quite often use the main trails in the mountains to hunt for the guerrillas. But the Negritos had hundreds of unknown trails, known only to them, which we got to know. So it was not easy for the Japs to find us, believe it or not. And not every time they came into the mountains did we take them on. It wasn't worth our while. We couldn't gain anything from it. Just to stir up more patrols from their point of view. So we hit and ran most of the time.
How big was the group that you had?
Well, organizing it with the Negritos, we had about 300 Negritos that took place in the Active 5, and more were available. But
what kind of weapons did they have?
bows and arrows. No, I'm not kidding. Bolo knives, bows and arrows. But of course, they managed to get weapons too. When the troops retreated from Lingayen Gulf, you know, a lot of was left on the battlefield. Although they had weapons from years ago, so they were familiar with them, knew how to use
so
them.
how many of you Americans were with them?
Just the three of us to begin with. Joe stayed out of it, Frank, Connor, and myself. And then after I've got to explain, this was kind of our mountain guerrilla activity and fighters. We did get from time to time, we got some Filipino scouts who escaped, evaded, or somehow or another were running loose, and who were darn good fighters. We mixed them in with the Negritos for not only for training, but organization and tactics and stuff. But what we really wanted to concentrate on is the intelligence side. And there was a lot to be gained. We didn't know, but we figured that it would be possible for troops, Merrill or somebody, to make contact with submarine rendezvous. And as it turned out, that's what happened. But the information that we could gather would be of importance. With Clark Field right at our feet, Stotzenburg. So Connor and I did some of that in the beginning. And Frank, we literally made Frank our G4. He was the guy that coordinated with Filipinos and Negritos to get our supplies and food and clothing if they had them. His feet, my feet, and Doyle's feet were too big, and Campbell, who comes into the picture later. So we went barefoot. We were barefooted for the better part of 3 years. Connor, he was a husky little guy, but he was shorter, and they had shoes that fit him. But anyway, Frank did a heck of a job in coordinating, getting everything that he could without stealing them blind, you know, but also helping them find new locations where they had papayas and bananas and mangoes, other fruits, and Clay and I were out running around the lowlands with the help of Filipinos again, getting certain spots located like ammunition dumps, hangars, revetments, this and that.
So you were getting that intelligence,
Yeah.
Intelligence gathering, what you were doing, yeah.
Now, we didn't just go romping right through the Jap barracks or anything, but Filipinos, lots of Filipinos worked for the Jap. The Japs, I told you, in some instances had slave labor, but they conscripted a lot of people to work for them. And these people were more than happy to give the information to us. And as it turned out much later, it was accurate, very accurate. So Connor and I were involved with organizing this whole thing. We set up what we call the but anyway, each village had an organization. And the way they get word to us if we weren't in the vicinity was pass it from one village to the next until it got to us. But quite often, Connor and I were down there in the villages and with them when they collected some information. We got close sometimes, but we made a point of not ourselves trying to get inside of a bunker or anything, because no matter whether it was a village or not, if there were Filipinos involved, they'd kill them if they caught us. So organizing that and keeping them interested and alive and things like that took up a lot of time, but together Clay and I did a pretty good job, I thought. Then from that point on, it wasn't long after that we ran into Doyle Decker and Bob Campbell. And Bob Campbell was like Joe, a little older guy, and he figured he made it this far and he doesn't want to gamble with his life, so he was happier just hiding. Of course, Joe would help out a little bit, so would Bob, but they weren't frontline troops. But Doyle, he kind of liked the idea of hooking up with me and getting his feet wet down in the lowlands and doing what he could. You know, we weren't always together. He went on some missions by himself.
Where had he been stationed and stuff before?
Doyle was with the 200th Coast Artillery, which is a New Mexico National Guard unit, and although they didn't use them as coast artillery, they used them as anti-aircraft. And believe it or not, they shipped them over intact. Doyle had been drafted, and they intermingled the National Guard with the draftees. That's how he ended up in the 200. They were at Fort Bliss, Texas, when he got in. But they were... well, believe it or not, they stationed them at Clark Field. And it was said, I didn't see this myself, it said that their anti-aircraft did do some good the early days. the first day of bombing. I don't know. I do remember seeing a couple of Jap fighters on their way down, so somebody did some good. But anyway, Doyle was a member of the 200th Coast Artillery and was stationed not on the front line, but in the rear elements. They had their guns set up behind the lines, and we were still getting strafed and bombed on the Bataan. But they could use some of those smaller caliber guns as infantry too. But Doyle, like so many, were some of the fellows that got cut off, and he had no choice but to go through the mountains, and went through Foss's camp too, where he met and hooked up with Bob Campbell. And then that camp broke up not too long after they had all gone through it, because there were too many Americans. They were too widely known, and the Japs actually did raid it, and they captured the Foss's brothers. And they didn't kill them, though. Why, I don't know. But anyway, the camp broke up, and some other Americans were captured. But Doyle and Bob they felt funny. They said, this is not right. And they left the camp sooner. But that was actually Foss's whole idea, is to get them recuperated and turn them loose so they can go into the mountains and join guerrillas or whatever. So anyway, back to our story. We met Bob and Doyle not long after that, and Doyle was very anxious to get started doing something. And Campbell, although again he was helping, but
when would this have been? Sometime in 43?
I think I told you we didn't meet them until 43.
That's what you said, yeah.
It probably was closer to early 43. I don't know if I mentioned. Couldn't have been 42.
No.
Because so it was sometime in 43. Early spring, maybe, something like that. So anyway, to make a long story short, we hooked up, and I taught him what I knew, and he taught me what he knew. He's an old farm boy from Missouri. God, he could make it. He's a Daniel Boone type of guy. So we got along well. Swell. So we made several sorties together on these intelligence trips, and in one instance, of course, we went down to help organizing too, and explaining things to different people, and already recruit. Some of the guys wanted to volunteer and fight, so we'd kind of hand pick them and get them sent back to the jungles where the Negritos and the scouts would train them. Then they'd let them have some fun on the Iba Trail and others.
Ambushing the Japanese.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Don't misunderstand. The Japs were looking for us practically all the time, but they weren't as smart as the Negritos. So that was our big advantage. But this went on for quite some time. At one time, this is in the book too, but one time Doyle and I, they want to go home? They still here? Oh boy.
Okay, Bob, nice to have you back again. We were talking at the last part. I think you had finally met up with your friend up there, and the Negritos. You were working with them, and you were doing a lot of intelligence missions. So, and then there you said that there were a few things you wanted to clear up from the other day. We could do that too.
Yeah, the first thing is on the death march, at that point in time when one of our captains was hollering to find out if there were any Japanese Masons. I couldn't think of the organization. And as I mentioned, one of them said yes.
He was amazing.
Because of that, we got fed that day. And another thing is that Doyle and I were in the mainlands doing a lot of organizing for intelligence purposes, and we eventually named our effort the Barrio Defense System, where one barrio closest to the action would take it to another barrio and another barrio until it got up to where Doyle and I were headquartered. And then we got the information back to our main headquarters. Clay Connor had named it Kalum Kalum. It was a Negrito term, and I'm not sure what it was meant for, but it was practically in the cone of Mount Pentatuba, which was one of the inactive volcanoes along the Zambales, or in the Zambales chain. Go ahead.
Well, so your Negritos, they'd be out sort of melding in around the Japanese or whatever and getting information, and then they would get it back to one group, and then they would transfer it to another, and it finally got back to you? Is
Not the Negritos. The Negritos were the mountain people.
Okay.
And we never called on them to go to the mainland or the lowlands
But they
unless they wanted to for some reason. But all of this were through the efforts of Filipinos established in the lowlands, in the municipalities and the barrios and so on.
So a barrio would be
That's a village.
a village. Okay.
Each municipality, major city center more or less, has its villages, which they call barrios. And then, as I mentioned, the Teniente del Barrio is the chief honcho in that.
So when one village got some information, they'd send a runner to the next village, and then that village would send another runner.
Right.
And did the information get garbled much by the time you got it?
No, it wasn't. Not at all. Some of the fellows, young fellows, made notes. Others just passed it along.
Wouldn't it be, if they got caught with notes, that would not be so good, right?
No, it would not be. Yeah.
So most of them probably did.
Yeah, I might add here that not everybody in the village was involved. These are mostly the teenage kids, and or a few years younger, but with the sanction of the villagers and the.
But everybody in the village knew what was going on.
Absolutely, yeah. The Teniente del Barrio gave his permission.
And you had very few, if any, turncoats in those villages?
No, there were rumors of some, but it didn't affect us directly. But no, that was not the case. We were very lucky.
Okay, well, do you want to pick up then where we more or less left over,
okay.
you and Doyle, and what you guys were doing and stuff?
This was the late part of 1943 we're talking about. But things were rolling along very well, enough so that Colonel Merrill acknowledged that our organization, in effect, was sanctioned, more or less. And he gave us the official designation of the 155th Provisional Guerrilla Battalion, commanded by Clay Connor. And also in that regard, because we were involving quite a few people, it seemed rather ridiculous to have a buck private and a corporal running around passing out orders and doing the organizing, and also a second lieutenant commanding the whole thing. So it was Clay Connor that made an effort to get us some kind of a field commission rank. And of course, Doyle and I were more than willing to continue the way we were, but it sounded good. And it was along about November, sometime in November, when Mario, one of our little Negrito sidekicks, came into camp, and he handed me,
Here, I can hold on to this for you.
I need them, these are my notes.
Okay, that's fine.
He handed me what looked like official letter or orders, and he handed Doyle one too, and it was promoting me to the rank of first lieutenant, field commission, and Doyle second lieutenant. And subsequent to that, I got promoted to captain and Doyle to first lieutenant. But Connor got the rank of major. And this Merrill didn't like the idea too much. He thought it was a little out of line, but he went along with it, based on the military rule that in a situation like ours, the senior officer becomes the commander, and Colonel Merrill was a full colonel, had that authority. So he gave in, and we got the rank, but he cautioned that it may not be official after the Americans come back, or may not be approved, whatever. So anyhow, we passed the word that we were now official officers of the guerrillas, and all of our Filipino contacts and friends were very happy. So along about the beginning of 1944, we had pretty well established ourselves in the village of Banaba, which is in the foothills south of Fort Stotsenburg in Pampanga province. But it was a good focal point, and easy for Doyle and I to get around, going down to the lowlands or whatever. And it was a well-known place too. And we became very close friends to several families, but three in particular, the Hardin family, just like Hardin, Hardin, Maurice and his wife, and the Paolo family, who had been taking care of Doyle and Bob Campbell prior to our joining up with them. And then one more family, the Lumanlans, and they were all extremely close to us. And old man Paulo considered us just his sons, an extension of the family. But with their help and others, we were rolling along pretty well. We had everything going in good shape. But to say the least, the Japanese were getting a little stronger and more curious, and it was posing some kind of a threat to the villagers by us being so close. So Doyle and I decided to move deeper into the foothills, not way back to Kalum, but somewhere halfway between Kalum and Banaba. And we picked up a Filipino scout, Makasukol, Agapito Makasukol. We called him Max. And he stayed with Doyle and I for the most part as kind of our top sergeant of the organization. And he had good contact with Filipino scouts that were had been captured and then later released and or escaped. And with that in mind, we became a real operating headquarters. But sometime early in the 44, with things going so well, I felt like we still had something missing. And Doyle agreed. He said, yeah, we need something to relate to. And we gave it some thought, and I came up with the idea of having an American flag with us. I said, that's what we're missing. We're still Americans, we're still fighting, we're in a war, but we just have this little something missing, and if nothing more inspiration, to keep going. So we got to talking with Max about it. He said, there should be a flag somewhere. And he said, there is. I know exactly where we can get one. Since he was in the 26th Cavalry, fighting all the way from Lingayen Gulf down into Bataan, he knew the flag bearer of Sergeant Bateau. And Bateau did not surrender the flag. He didn't surrender either. As a matter of fact, his unit commander, I don't remember his name, gave him orders specifically at the time of surrender to take the flag with him and go through the mountains, avoid capture, and keep that flag safe. And all of the 26th Cavalry soldiers, the soldiers were barracked at Fort Stotzenburg, but the family units, non-coms, were living in the villages, barrios near Fort Stotzenburg, and Sergeant Bateau was one of them. He did make his way through without being captured and got to his home. This is after the fact, something we learned. But he gave the flag to his wife and said, hide this someplace. She hid it in a chest or something they had in the house. And it was safe from that point on. So Max made contact with Bateau. Bateau had eventually been captured after the fact and made to go to the Japs had a name for it, but it was kind of an indoctrination course, to get rid of the old connection with the Americans and the Scouts and think in terms of the Japanese as their conquerors and leaders. And he did. He knew what was up, so he was a good boy. And of course, he was one of those that was made to work for the Japs at Fort Stotzenburg later on. But anyway, Max made contact with Bateau and came back with the news that Bateau had the flag and would very much like for us to have it. And so the two of them arranged a meeting, a point where we could meet with Doyle and me and Max and Bateau and some of his scout buddies, somewhere between where we were in Bonnebaugh and Fort Stotzenburg in the foothills. And it was after dark, of course. We were trying to keep out of the line of fire, so to speak. And so we met, and Bateau, with tears in his eyes, gave the flag to us. And of course, Doyle and I choked up, and even Max. And so we spent the rest of the night together in the foothills, the jungles. We talked about old times and what our organization consisted of, what we were doing. Of course, Bateau and the rest of his buddies volunteered to join up right away. And they became very helpful. Working right at Stotzenburg, they could pass information to us very readily. So anyway, come the next day, it was perfectly normal for them to hike on back to their village and then on to work. But we stayed in the cover of the jungles and the foothills and actually waited till dark before we went on back towards Bonnebaugh. And when we got there, I think Mario or somebody else, one of the Negritos, was in the camp, and we sent word via him to Connor that we had us a flag and told him it was the regimental flag of the 26th Cavalry. Oh God, he was just elated, just couldn't wait to come down, along with Frank and Joe too, believe it or not. But Clay came on down by himself a day or two later, and God, he saw the flag and he stood there. He saluted. That's the first thing he did, was salute the flag, and congratulated us for acquiring it and bought our Maechs too, and told us that what we should do is set up some kind of a ceremony in the jungles where we couldn't readily be found or seen, and invite some of our guerrilla commanders from the lowlands, and of course our fighting force, and some of our Negritos, and just kind of have a ceremony, a formal presentation. Bato, the flag bearer, and Max presenting the flag to Connor and Frank and Doyle and me, which we did. They responded, readily, and we had our ceremony, and it was very touching. Believe me, it was hard to keep from choking up. And at the tail end of the ceremony, conducted by Connor for the most part, we all saluted and gave the Pledge of Allegiance, and you could just feel the hair standing up on the back of our head. And then the ceremony broke up. We had a little something to eat and talked a little bit. And Connor was congratulating the guys from the lowlands for the good job they were doing. And talk about inspiration, man, it was all over the place. So our ceremony broke up, and Connor said, the best thing for us to do is take the flag back to Kaloon. And Frank said, I've already started making a flagpole out of bamboo, of course. And the intent was to fly it like any other military installation, raise the flag at reveille and lower the flag at retreat, every day. So from that point on, this gave everybody more inspiration, and not that they weren't doing a good job, but it just seemed like everybody was pumped up, and the information really flowed. And from that time on till about the middle of 44, Doyle and I would make sorties into the lowlands. I missed earlier telling you about Doyle's dog. Some time before we ever came in contact with him, one of the Negritos had given Doyle a little puppy. It was kind of a wild dog. It looked more like what's the Mexican dog?
Chihuahua.
Chihuahua, little tiny thing, white, and just, it was in terrible condition when they gave it to Doyle. They gave it to Doyle because he had done something for a couple of the Negritos. I fixed their weapons or something. I think they were not working, and Doyle's an old hand at stuff like that, farm implements, and he fixed the weapons, and they gave him this little dog. And that little devil was devoted to Doyle, I'm telling you, loving it, accepted, believe it or not, he accepted the Americans readily. It growled at the Filipinos they wasn't used to. But Doyle swore that he named him Firecracker, but Cracker for short, because it was a fiery little devil. But he swore that Firecracker could sniff out Japs if they were anywhere within several hundred yards. He knew something was wrong. So it was a good alert warning for Doyle and Bob Campbell. And later on, I had a chance to experience it too. It wasn't a serious exposure, but some Japs patrols got close to where Doyle and I had our camp back at Bonaba, and we sneaked right out of camp and into the jungle cover, so we weren't too exposed. But the Japs made a bunch of noise, rustling around. We never had anything at the shack we stayed in. We didn't want it to look like it was occupied all the time. So if they got that far, why, they'd turn around and went back. But it was all Cracker could do to keep shut up. Doyle had to put his hand around her muzzle a little bit. She was kind of growling inside.
What was some of the typical information that you'd be gathering that you would send back would be more or less what?
Numbers of troops for the most part, the size of the units, in many cases designations in the municipalities, the kinds of weapons, and later on when we got closer to exploring Clark Field, the locations of aircraft, munitions deposits.
Were we sending airplane missions to the Philippines by this time?
No,
bombing missions or anything like that?
No, they weren't that close. They were getting closer. Well, one thing I guess I should say is, you were wondering, how do you guys keep up with the information, or the Japs' progress? And believe it or not, the Japs took over the Manila Tribune, which has been published in English, and they kept publishing it in English. But the whole point was that practically everybody there, the Filipinos, spoke English, and there were so many different dialects, it would be difficult for the Japs to try to cover everybody. And Japanese was not a known language. It was known, but I mean it wasn't used, although one page in the Tribune was dedicated every day to language conversion, English to Japanese and back and forth. And we were brought papers, copies of the Manila Tribune from time to time, not daily, but from time to time. And from that medium, we were able to keep up with the Jap progress, because they were very happy to report how much progress they were making in the Pacific. But their progress was kind of in reverse in many cases. Like, they'd be literally kicked off an island, but the Japanese made strategic retreats, you see. So we interpreted in our way, and Connor had a war map in Kowloon, and we kept abreast of the Jap progress, so to speak.
Did you have radio contact with the Americans?
We did not, but Colonel Merrill and his headquarters was able to somehow or another locate one of the old field radios, the old hand crank SCR 70s or something like that. And because of that, I don't know exactly when, but because of that, the Americans picked it up by submarine or maybe even by air, I don't know. But that's when, this was 1944, that's when Merrill or his people were able to start making contact, rendezvous with submarine crews. We don't know all the details there, but
were you kept up to date, like the Battle of Midway and Guadalcanal, and I mean, did you know pretty much what the progress that the Americans were making.
Pretty much. The Japs wouldn't give all the details, but they'd mention it once in a while.
Oh, but you didn't get the information from our side. It was
No,
all
not
through their
at
eyes.
that point. Not at that point. We did. Merrill did later on, and like the beginning of fall, sometime around there, we were getting more and more up-to-date information. But from the time we got the flag until about July, we continued to make our sorties and contacts with our lowland troops. And I would go back to Connor's headquarters from time to time. He had things he wanted me to specifically do. Take a look at the Negritos and their activities along the Eba Trail and get into a firefight once in a while. And also look at the training progress of the younger kids that were coming back that the scouts were training, and helping him combine information, intelligence, and getting it ready to send over to Merrill. And I'd stay up there 3-4 weeks at the very most, and then come on back and join Doyle again. In the meantime, he was doing his part. But it goes without saying that all during this time, we all had dysentery, we had malaria, dengue fever, and God only knows what else. But Frank Guerilla had got real sick. He started running around just like the Negritos with a body brief, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have a bathing suit. They wore these little waistband things and covered their privates. And anyway, that could have contributed to his getting sick. And Connor swore he had pneumonia, amongst other things. And he was out of action for better part of 2 months in that summer period of 1944. And although it's probably some of his doing and some of Connor's nursing, but the Negritos, of course, had their witch doctors, and one of them came down and treated Frank regularly and took credit for Frank's recovery. Of course, that was great. Connor and Frank were more than happy to give him credit. Then about July, darn if I didn't come down with not malaria or anything, but it turned out to be tonsillitis. I started getting sore throats, and it was hard for me to eat anything and swallow. I could swallow liquids all right, but man, I got the fever, and I was just completely out of it. And Doyle, thank God, had been exposed to tonsillitis in his family back in the farm, and he just he diagnosed it as tonsillitis. And so right away what he started doing was instead of trying to feed me food, he would take fruits, particularly bananas, mangoes, papayas, and squish them up in a bucket of water, and then he'd drain them and give me the residue, and that worked pretty good. I had fever along with it, and of course we were what the heck's the name of the tree that was an antidote for malaria? I can't think of the name.
That quinine comes
Quinine, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the Negritos would boil the bark, and of course that helped us quite a bit. So between Doyle's doctoring and the quinine, Doyle actually, my tonsils got so bad that Doyle said, God, if we only had some iodine, because that was the treatment back in the days in Missouri. And he said, I'm going to go to Bonaba and see if Mrs. Harding, she kind of was a female nurse for the burial. And turned out she did have some quinine, but after he dabbed my tonsils, it worked. God, I spit the damnedest stuff up you ever saw, and it smelled horrible, you know, and I was coughing and gagging. After a couple of days of this, I started feeling better. And then Doyle told me later, he said, you know, it's a wonder you're not dead. He said, I didn't even think about diluting it. He said, we used to use tincture of iodine, and this was just straight iodine. But by golly, I survived. I lost some weight again, but I was able to start eating fruit whole. You know.
When you said that you guys got into firefights, was it usually a defensive thing where they came upon you, or did you sometimes you would try to ambush them, or pretty much just stay away from them?
Very seldom did we try to ambush them, but if the Negritos happened to be on the Eba Trail or around it, and there were some Japs, why, they'd take them on. But what they had done too, they had built these spear pig traps, they call them, these big trenches with spears coming out of the bottom, and also spears they rigged up with the trees, the boughs, and some of the Japs, I'm sure, didn't feel too happy about that. But, excuse me. Yeah, it was mostly defensive. But anyway, back to my story. Frank Gavay got well, and I got well, and Doyle had his ups and downs. During his escape in the early stages of after the surrender, Doyle had banged up his knee. So aside from the malaria and a few other things, he was limping around every once in a while. But one of the things we did kind of off-duty, I mentioned earlier the Japs it started increasing in strength, and became obvious that there were going to be defensive fighting in Luzon. But they had also confiscated more and more of the food supply. So it was more important for us to try to find new sources of food in the jungle. And after the Spanish-American War, aside from Americans establishing sugarcane plantations for the most part, some along with Filipinos started farming and ranching in the foothills and further into the jungles. So there were a number of plantation type places that had overgrown when the war started. They had just evacuated more or less and gone back to the home village, you know. So we knew that there was probably a lot available. The Negritos, of course, would uncover some of it from time to time, but they didn't like to get too far away from their known territory. So anyway, Doyle and I would put one of these big baskets on our backs and go looking for different places. We found banana patches that were completely enclosed by jungle growth, and papayas, some mango trees. But one of the things that I take credit for, and Doyle had actually no knowledge of the food. We were in an area that we hadn't explored, and it was pretty overgrown, but something looked familiar to me about it, that kind of looking on the ground. it looked like there was an orchard, you know, a well-established orchard, tree trunks here in line. So we got crawling under the cover, or the weeds and stuff, and I could see on the ground that the fruits had fallen from the tree. And I said, "Doyle, my God, you won't believe this." He said, "What?" I said, "Avocados." He said, "Avocados?" He said, "I've heard of them, but I've never seen one." I said, "Well, you're in for a treat." So I grabbed up a handful immediately, and we sat down. I took my knife and sliced the peeling, and I said, "Take a taste of this." And he took about 2 minutes, you know, to decide whether he liked it or not. Then he said, "Give me another one." So we did some exploring, and sure enough, it was a pretty large orchard that somebody had planted, and we loaded the baskets and took them back. Of course, we shared everything with the Negritos and our scouts and the Filipinos who were up there with us, and the villagers in Banaba. And then we got a bunch of people, of our people, with the baskets and went back and just loaded up. This was a good thing because there were seasons, you know, rice would grow during a certain period. It'd be harvested. Some sold and most of it stored, and the people existed on that until it expired. And in between, I don't think I've mentioned this, one of the stables was called camotes. It's a potato very similar to our yam or sweet potato, or maybe a cross between. And they seem to have camotes most all the time. They could just grow a crop, harvest, and grow another one soon after it was ready for harvest. In between, there was always fruit. But the avocados, it pretty well took care of us for around 3 months or so. But anyway, that was just part of our more off-duty explorations.
I wanted to ask you, what did your family know about you, if anything?
Absolutely nothing. We were
the-
all reported missing in action. I was told that the Red Cross was able to get some names out from the prisoner of war camps, even in the Philippines. There was a Red Cross unit in Manila long before the war, and manned principally by Filipinos, but I guess they were given permission to go to the camps. The two main prisoner of war camps were Cabanatuan and Camp O'Donnell, and I guess that's where they got the names. But as far as my folks, Doyle's folks, Connor's, and everybody else, we were all missing in action. We weren't reported being killed, excuse me, but it wasn't until we joined the troops that they got word that we were alive. But anyway, back to the period after we were all well and after we found the avocados. This was September, later in September, I don't remember which. Doyle and I told you, Doyle and I had moved our headquarters back from being so close to Bonaparte, so we were in the mountains for the most part, but not in the deep mountains. But we had a good overlook, or we could oversee a portion of Stotzenburg and Clark Field. And just to prior to that date, our people, especially the ones that worked in Stotzenburg, they had brought our contacts in the lowlands information about the Japs expecting a large reinforcement of airplanes, very similar to what we thought we might get before the war started. So we thought, oh boy, this is not going to be fun, but it was significant information which we got to Colonel Merrill, and I assume to the Americans via the subcontact. So I don't know exact morning, but Doyle and I had been on a mission or two in the jungles, and we were kind of pooped. We were taking a day or two rest. But this one morning, pretty early, he woke up first, and I could hear this noise, and he came back into the hut. He said, I don't know what's going on, but he said, it could be the Japs reinforcing Clark Field. So together, I think we grabbed some bananas, our canteens, and we ran off to our lookout point. And it was kind of foggy, a little overcast. We couldn't see Clark Field that clear, and we couldn't see to the west and south of us all that clear either. But the noise got louder and louder, and we knew darn well it was airplanes, a large contingent, until the clouds started to break up. And we heard this noise as it approached from the west. And then it seemed like instead of continuing, it was just kind of stationary, circulating. And then the clouds started breaking up. We were looking off to the west and the south. And we both saw a group of planes at the same time. And they didn't look like Jap planes. And Doyle said, oh my God, look at that, look at that. He said, it's ours, it's ours. And it was fighter planes, and they were circling, and they were buddying up, so to speak. A wingman and lead pilot. And then I guess they had clear shot of Clark Field, and they started diving. And we couldn't believe it. It was 2, and then it was 4, then it was 8, and then 16, and then 100, and then it looked to us like it was maybe 4,000. We didn't know, we didn't care. And they headed right for Clark Field. And we could barely see this from the distance, but we could make out a Jap plane had just come in off a patrol, and it was still taxiing on the runway. He got his tail shot off, but they strafed, and then I guess they were Navy SBDs, the torpedo or TBDs, torpedo bombers. Came in. They started bombing and just raising all kinds of hell. And believe it or not, we could spot some locations, Jap revetments and munitions locations. And God, when they started to blow up, we knew that our effort hadn't been for naught, that we had made some kind of a contribution. But we were wild. God, we couldn't believe it. And the fighter pilots, they'd make their runs and strafe, and they'd come right over us. Of course, we couldn't see them because of the jungle, but some of the Japs attempted to take off, and a couple of them did, but they didn't get very far. The Americans were right on them. But we weren't even aware of it until things started to settle down a little bit. But then we heard these things flopping all around it. Turned out to be some expended shells, and probably some bullets themselves coming close by. And I don't know, bomb debris or whatever. But we could have been killed by our own troops.
So the Japanese, they had built up Clark Field into a pretty good size
Oh
air
Lord,
base.
yes, a major air base. Yeah, lots of planes. Because that same day, even though it quieted down for a couple of hours, it was after lunchtime when they came back again. The fighters, the bombing and strafing, and then a large flight of bombers. We didn't know the exact designation. It turned out to be B-24s. Was that the right designation?
That's
17 is B-20.
B-24 is a 4-engine.
Yeah, the big lumbering
Yeah,
things.
right.
Yeah, 24s started coming over and bombing, and they hit some more of the targets that our boys had designated, and that made us feel even better. But some of the bombers were shot down, and it's a sickening sight. Parachutes coming out, but you know, they were getting shot as they were floating down. Things, but we got word back to Connor immediately as to what we had seen, and reports on some of the locations that we had designated. He gave us an update as best he could, and then eventually, a few days later, we got a word from Merrill that it might be possible for us to get an airdrop, parachute drop, ammunition, supplies, more weapons. So Connor told me to, at this point too, before I get into
Let's, I need to take a...
Okay.
Okay, I think you were mentioning that there might be be able to have a parachute drop.
Yeah, but just before that happened, some of our planes had been shot or hit, and were making their way to the mountains on the west of Stotzenberg and Clark Field. And sure enough, Doyle saw this plane. It was a torpedo bomber type pilot and gunner, and it was heading close to where we were and on fire, and he couldn't see it crash actually, but he could see it going down in the jungles much further west of us. As it happened to a number of planes, believe me, they were dropping north of us, further south. But this one in particular was still kind of in our area. And I happened to, I guess that afternoon or the next day, I went up to Kaloon for some reason. And I was up there with Frank and Connor when one of our Negrito, or not just one, but 2 or 3 Negritos, brought in these 2 Americans, you know. And it was kind of a, oh my God thing for us and them. We kind of expected it. We're hoping maybe we'd get some Americans. But anyway, they had the darndest look on their faces, just kind of an unbelievable look. But that was on top of the look that almost looks like they almost were both almost scared to death. And so after our greeting one another and welcoming them and getting update briefly, they told us what happened. They'd been hit over at Clark Field and started and made it, or aimed themselves toward the mountains, because they had all been alerted to the fact that there were friendly guerrillas operating in the jungles. So if they could make it and bail out, they had a chance of surviving. So they said, boy, that's what we did. And we knew that we could make it, and we had bail out, which they both did, and they kept inside of one another pretty much until they got right into the jungles. Fortunately, their chutes didn't catch on anything to keep them from landing on the ground, and they were scratched up a little bit, but not seriously injured or anything. But the pilot's name was Clay Hogan, and he was a full Navy lieutenant, and his gunner was Tom McGrath. Hogan was from Chicago, and McGrath was from somewhere in New Jersey. I can't remember. But Tommy was not a chief petty officer. I think he was petty officer first class. And they told us, Clay did the talking, but he said, here we are on the ground looking at each other and thanking God we made it, but kind of asking ourselves, what happens now? You know, where do we go from here? When all of a sudden they were surrounded by someone they didn't expect. It was a group of Negritos. He said, here are the little black people in their wraparounds with bows and arrows and spears and bolos. Some of them had guns. Said, oh my God, the only thing we could think about was being boiled for dinner that night. But I don't remember who the heck the leader of that group was, but he was one of our boys, of course. And he approached with a little English, said, hello, Joe. Hello, Joe. Welcomed him, stuck out his hand to shake hands. So they both felt that this was a good sign, but they still were suspect, more or less. But they waved for them to follow them, and so they said, why not, you know. And it was quite a hike for them, but they brought them to our headquarters, and God, when they saw us, both of them just let out a big sigh of relief and couldn't believe it. So it took us some time to get adjusted, and each wanting to tell the stories of our experiences and theirs to us. But finally things settled down, and we gave him the word. And Tom McGrath was apparently he was a good gunner and a good Navy man, but he was on the ground. He didn't even want to know too much about fighting on the ground. But here again, Clay Hogan was like Ed Ramsey. You know, he was a go-getter. He knew what the war was about and how things were in the air, but he wanted to find out what they were on the ground. And so Connor gave him a long orientation and eventually, let him go down with me or Doyle or even Connor himself and do a little exploring. And one time, after he kind of got used to the trails and going down, one time Connor said, I need somebody to go down to Tarlac. It was not up to Bruce's camp. Al Bruce was one of our American patriots, but it wasn't quite up there. I can't remember the name of the darn thing, but it was a little north of Stotzenburg. But he had one of the Negrito guides, no problem. The only thing was, he got down into that village, found out what he was supposed to find out, and a Jap patrol came along, but they did to him what the DAVE family did to me. They put him in a corner of the shack, put the blankets and anything else they could find on top of him, and the Japs didn't stay there very long. The commander of the patrol came up into the hut and had a cup of tea, and that was the end of that. Fortunately for the Filipinos, they didn't get excited. They were very calm people. They knew how to act. You know. They didn't give any indication to the Japs that something was wrong. So after the Japs left, and Hogan was back in camp and telling us about this, he said, geez, he said, talk about crapping in your pants. He said, I could barely hold it in. He said, I was sweating, my heart was beating. He just knew a goddamn Jap was going to pull those covers or sheets and blankets and everything off of him, stick a gun right up his nose. But anyway, he said, honest to God, he said, I'll stay with my fight in the air. I don't want to do any more of this. So let's see. It was it was getting close to Christmas time, and the Hardeen family, as well as some of the others, had always done their best to give us some kind of a treat on our major holidays: Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter. Of course, they honored Easter, Christmas too, but 4th of July and whatever. But it was getting close to Christmas, and Mrs. Hardeen had sent word that she was going to have a big Christmas feast for her boys, and I don't remember the exact day. I don't think it was Christmas Day, but it was close to Christmas. We met in the location of where we had accepted the flag and had the ceremony for the flag. It was in the jungles that provided some pretty good cover, but it was not that far from Bonababa. Anyway, that's where we met. And Connor was there, Frank was there. Joe had left us in the meantime. He decided, go ahead. He decided we were too far south of Stotzenburg. He said, that's where the fight's going to come. So he wanted to go north of Stotzenburg with Bruce, be closer to the Americans if they invaded in Lingayen, which was the information we were getting. So he went on to Tarlac, where Bruce was. I was surprised he wanted to take the chance of crossing Fort Stotzenburg. But again, with our native guides and darkness, he was all right. So Joe wasn't with us, but Hogan and Tommy McGrath were with us. And boy, I'm telling you, they had quite a layout for the rice, of course, chicken, pigs. Somebody had killed a pig, and custard that they'd made with carabao milk and rice and fruit mixed together. It was kind of a flan, Spanish custard, and I can't think of all they had, but it was a real feast. But before we actually got started, Mrs. Harding said, I have a Christmas present for you boys. And she said, before we eat, I want to give it to you. Now here's Bonababa, 60 miles or so north of Manila, and no public transportation available to Filipinos other than these caratela cars, these horse-drawn carts. They were the ponies over the horses were pony size, but these little devils had endurance. And the little caratela cars, most of them were just two-wheelers. They could seat 4 to 6 people, and 3 benches, 2 to 3 benches, and two on each side, and these little devils would run forever. But anyway, her surprise was she had it hidden in a little thing she carried around her waist. Her surprise was a bottle of Heinz ketchup. And she said, I went into Manila because I have some friends, and she said, I just knew that they'd have something that I could get to bring to you for, your Christmas present, and something you can associate with in America. And God, we were breathless. We couldn't say anything for a while. The little old lady, she went by herself. Of course, the pony cart driver, but so anyway,
I meant to ask you, the Filipino girls, were you able to mingle with them, or was it better or did you just not have anything to do with them, or were there any pretty ones that you got to know or anything like that?
Let's talk about pretty. Man, I'm telling you, some really good-looking people. And they're physically, you don't find the heavy bodies over there, maybe now, but not then, because it was the diet naturally. And nobody overate. They ate what they felt they needed. But yes, some very good-looking girls. The Hardines had two daughters that were they were Filipino movie potentials, movie star potentials. That's how good-looking they were. And it goes without saying that some of the guys had some interest, and I can't deny that I thought one of the Hardine girls was really special, but I don't know, for some reason, Frank and Clay or Connor, Doyle and I, we felt now was not the time, that there were more important things. We were used to not getting any affection, and of course we hadn't given any much acknowledgement to one another, but it didn't seem to bother us. But as we found out later, Clay, he had his little rendezvous, and it turned out to be the daughter of the Negrito Prime Minister, Kojiro Laksamana's daughter, believe it or not. But we always suspected, and I guess it was true, there was some Caucasian blood in that family. And you don't wonder about things like that, because there were many Caucasians over there. They lived there. That was their home. They worked with them. They slept with them and whatever. So she was a very nice-looking girl, but the distinction was obvious. But Connor's explanation was that he felt, since we didn't know whether we'd be there a year or 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, we knew the Americans were fighting in the Pacific and getting closer, but it wasn't easy, and things were getting a little tougher for us and all the Filipinos. He thought that despite the fact that Negritos were our people and loved us dearly and would give their lives for us, he thought that marrying into the tribe might solidify our security for the rest of the time that we might have to spend there. And aside from the fact she was a nice-looking girl. So Doyle and I didn't make much of it. Campbell didn't think much of it, because Campbell actually was living with the girl. And as I found out later, he married her. He had a Filipino ceremony, but
Well, I guess what I'm getting, did the Filipinos mind that? I mean,
Not at all.
I mean, they you know, it wasn't like
Not at all.
you're outsiders or whatever. And
Yeah,
don't, you know.
It was such an honor for them to be helping an American escapee, more or less, their soldier, just to be helping an American.
But they'd be happy to have
They'd
you
be-
marry their daughter or something like that. Be part of
Absolutely,
the
yeah.
family. Okay.
Yeah, and Doyle had a thing for Pading. The girls' names were Pading and Maling, and Mrs. Harding's name was Sering. I can't recall what Connor's wife's name was, but anyway, Doyle had a thing for Pading, and I didn't blame him at all. But he kind of felt like I did, that now is not the time. And if we were fortunate enough to get out of this somehow, our preference was to get back home, so we didn't get serious. But anyway, Kojiro was a proud little Dickens guy. He was just happy as hell that Connor was now his son-in-law. You know? So that helped us all the more. But with the Americans attacking by air periodically, and we're getting more and more up-to-date information from our own side, from the submarine contacts through Merrill. Excuse me. We knew that it would be just a matter of time. So Connor made preparations with, I think it was Agapito Makasuko, the scout, and a couple of Negritos, to go on up and spend some time with Albert Bruce's gang, where Joe had gone, to be closer to the troops after they invaded Luzon. And we still had Clay Hogan and Tom McGrath with us. So once this was established, and this was after Christmas and on into January now, early January, our boys made contact with the advanced forces, and we got word that it would be possible for us to link up with some of our people, depending on Connor's choice. Well, let me take a look at the map here. This is Lingayen Gulf, where they invaded, and of course these are the mountains they made for the eastern side along the main highway that goes all the way to Manila, and with flanking protection on both sides. It was above Tarlac. I can't read the name, but somewhere above Tarlac, and here we are back here. It'd be possible if we could get some of our people up to Tarlac area, that we could link up with the advance troops. So Connor made the decision to send McGrath and Hogan through with some guides, of course, and with all of the up-to-date information we had about Stotzenberg and Clark Field. And of course, at that time, the Japs had gone into the foothills behind Stotzenberg, started digging artillery entrenchments, and we could spy on them, you know, from our positions.
So is that where MacArthur came on shore? Is up there where you were showing?
Lingayen Gulf, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right here.
I see. Okay.
And God, I remember air cover. I think the invasion was, well, it was early January. I'm not sure of the date, because I think we linked up with the Americans about January 29th or something like that. So all the time that our troops were landing and getting set to come down the Central Plains, fighting the Japs off on both sides, the air cover was tremendous. You know, God, we saw airplanes all over the place. But the Japs at Stotzenburg Clark Field were still able to knock some of them down, because they didn't concentrate on going to the Lingayen area solely. They would come and fly sorties over Clark Field and Stotzenburg. But we were able to gather information on where they were constructing these artillery emplacements, figuring that they would fire on our troops in the lowlands. You know. So they got Hogan and McGrath got through without any problems. Our guides came back and told us, and even had some information for us. And the main mission we were given, with Merrill concurring, is to see what we could do to continue to block that trail from Stotzenburg to Iba, to prevent the Japs from using that as an escape route, going to the west coast and along the coast down into Bataan. Apparently that was their obvious defensive plan or retreat plan, and so that was our main mission at that point in time, and which we did. And Connor and Frank and I got more involved in the firefights at that point too, and Doyle stayed closer to the lowland to keep getting information, because that meant information on troop movements, not only aircraft, munition, drums, and everything else. And he would continue to bring that up, or get that information up to us, and we'd pass it on to Merrill. And I don't know what he did. I don't know how their establishment with the troops took place or when, but it's obvious that he had somebody out there. So along about the middle of January, I guess, we were given orders to start to mass the civilians in the area just south of Stotzenburg and the Iba Trail, and behind and south of Clark Field. Start massing them in whatever safe location that we would figure out ourselves, to evacuate to the east and get out of the fire zone, more or less. So we did that, and some of the villages at Tarlac started joining us in Bonaba, and even some from the south of where we were coming up from Zambales massed there, and we did our best to organize them. Most of them brought what food they could with them. But the Bonaba villagers came up with what they could. And we just kind of hung around for a few days. And again, I don't remember the exact date. I think it's in our book. But we were given orders to evacuate to that Hacienda Ramona, which is about halfway from the foothills to the municipality of Angeles, Angels, or they pronounce it Angeles. And the night before we were to move, Frank had taken some scouts and some of our Negritos with him to kind of form some lookout or a defensive point, defensive position north of Bonaba, in the area that the Japs would automatically or obviously come on their way south. And thank God he did. That was his idea, and of course Connor agreed. Well, just prior to that, I don't know the date exactly, but in between McGrath, just before McGrath and Hogan left us, we had a British soldier join us, and he had been captured in Singapore and had been put to work on the Burma Road, and his name was Charlie Stotts. And believe it or not, after all those years working for the Japs, he looked as good as he could ever look. Strong, you know, healthy as hell. He's pretty good size, almost 6 feet, and just cussed the bloody Brits out from one side to the other for leaving them, you know, just abandoning them on Singapore. But he had been picked to go to Japan on a prisoner of war ship, and when the ship got up around Olongapo, it didn't dock, it stayed offshore for refueling or whatever. And before it got underway, an American sub sank the darn thing. It was not marked, like for prisoners of war or hospital, and one of our subs sank it. So Charlie was a good swimmer, amongst other things. And with all the havoc going on, why, he figured he was on his way, so he dove overboard and swam to shore and got on shore again, not very far from where Hogan and McGrath had parachuted. So he got into the jungles right away, and like them, he was taking a break because he was pooped. He almost crapped his pants because he was surrounded by our Negritos, and he said, oh my God. But it wasn't as bad for him because he was used to the tribe of black people in the Vietnam area. Can't think of what they called them, but so it didn't bother him as long, but he still didn't know or realize that they were friendly. But again, they made motions and assured him that they were friendly, and they brought him to Kowloon too. And he was so damn relieved he couldn't believe it. But Charlie had actually come down to be with Doyle and me before Connor and Frank and even Campbell joined us. But anyway, that night, sure enough, a Jap patrol came right onto the edges of Bonaba, and I don't know, Frank didn't even know who saw who first, but they started shooting, and God, there were bullets all over the place. Doyle and Charlie and I were back from that area about 100 some yards. We were getting ready to bed down in one of the huts. And, oh my God, you know, what's happening? So just kind of automatically, Charlie and Frank and I headed in that direction. We were armed. We armed Charlie when he got into camp.
Is that 45s?
Yeah. And Doyle and I still had rifles at that point too. Anyway, on our way up there, the firing got so damn heavy that we had to take cover, you know. We hit the dirt and crawled to some cover. And it wasn't long until it quieted down. So we didn't move around at first, but we then crawled up towards where we thought Frank would be. And Frank and his boys were out looking around beyond where they had been, looking for any Jap wounded or or whatever they could find, there were signs of Japs or bodies being dragged away. So they figured they wounded some anyway, but they couldn't tell how many. And one of our boys was wounded, not seriously, but bad enough. He was hit in the shoulder and it didn't hit any bones, fortunately. So that shook everybody up for a while. The rest of the night, we were assuring the natives here that staying here would be all right, that we'd be on our way first thing in the morning. Which is what happened before daylight, when we started marching everybody in close ranks, closed ranks, more or less. We weren't spread out any more than we had to be. And we got them safely into, what did I say it was, Rancho?
I can't remember. That's all right.
I can remember now. But anyway, we got him safely there.
Yeah.
And the boy that was wounded was taken care of. We had a number of Negritos with us, and of course our scouts, but we thought it might be a good idea to keep some of them there to protect the civilians, women and children, and the older folks as well. And Clay decided that our way in to the troops would be via a dry riverbed that provided quite a lot of protection. It was dry at that time, dry season more or less, but it was depressed too. It had these bamboo growth, windbreakers all along the riverbed, so it protected us from the north of there, from the mountain positions the Japs might have had by then. But I can't remember exactly how many we had with us, but we had quite a few. And we weren't all walking abreast. We were strung out somewhat too. But this, of course, was getting close to noontime after we'd settled the people down in Santa Margarita. Does that sound right?
Was it Rancho Rosarita or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rancho, I don't know. Anyway, after we'd settled the people down, it was close to noon when we were in this riverbed on our way. And we were headed towards Angeles, which was right on the main road from Lingayen to Manila, and which we obviously figured our troops would be abreast. And on the way in, still in the riverbed, we didn't encounter any snipers or any Jap patrols or anything, but I was kind of up front leading the group, and I heard this little putsy from a distance, and I thought, the first thing I thought about was artillery. And I looked up, and sure enough, it was one of our little L-19 spotter planes. And I thought, I hollered at Connor, I said, "Good God." I said, Frank, our Doyle was carrying the flag, I guess. I said, "Get the flag out." So, and Connor said, "What, is that a artillery plane?" I said, "It sure as hell is." And of course our thought was, after all this time, surviving the Japs and everything we'd gone through, and not to be knocked off by our own people. So anyway, Doyle got the flag out, and Clay grabbed one end, and Doyle had a corner, and Frank had a corner, and I had a corner. And this regimental flag is pretty good size. It's not just a standard size. celebrity size. But we started flipping it up and down, paralleling the ground. And this little plane came down a little more and a little more and a little more, till pretty soon he started flapping his wings, and we knew he recognized us. But I'm sure he wanted to get closer to be damn sure of the identification. And we all, what ragged tops we had on, we took those off as well as hanging onto the flag and just flapping it as hard as we could. And this little guy was so damn close. Connor and I could reach in the cockpit and shook hands with the pilot. But he was flapping his wings, and the artillery spotter was just waving back, So we figured, short of the Jap artillery, which we still figured they couldn't spot us, we were safe. We were almost back home, So as we got close, or as we got onto the highway, some Filipinos came running down the highway, grabbing us and hugging us and hollering, but telling more for the purpose of telling us exactly where the front line was, which is only 1,000 yards or so from where we were. But God, I remember this Filipino in his little horse-drawn cart joined us, and all of our troops. And Frank had put the flag on his staff, the same one that he'd made for the ceremony when we first got the flag. And we were marching right down the main highway, and we got close to the troops. We started singing, "California, here we come." And then as we approached the troops, they came out of their foxholes or hiding positions or wherever they were, and halted us. The main man, more or less. He was huge. God, he looked like he was about 10 feet tall, and all this new equipment that we weren't familiar with, the helmet, and I looked at Clay and I said, "Christ, are these Germans?" Just kind of half kidding, but he said, "God, I hope not." But then, per regulations, he let out this big halt. Who goes there? And Connor said, "Clay Connor, U.S. American Guerilla," and Lieutenant Clay Connor. He gave his regular rank, U.S. American Guerilla. So this guy, he said, "Approach to be recognized." So we all stepped forward with Connor. And then by then, several, 10, 20, 50 Americans got out of their foxhole. But believe it or not, they'd had, well, it's not a believe it or not thing. They had trucks waiting for us. The pilot, the spotter, apparently had radio back and said, "We got some American-led guerrillas coming in." So after things settled down a little bit, and we had some work talks with the frontline commanders, we got into the trucks and they took us to the regimental headquarters.
Do you remember what outfit that was that you hooked up with?
I can't remember. It might be in the book. It was the 37th Infantry Division, but this was one of the regiments. And as I recall, the 37th is a Texas National Guard division. Of course, they'd been called to active duty. But, oh, God, did they look good. And the battalion commander that we first stopped at, Jesus, he was so grateful to see us. And we
where were the Japanese in relationship to where you guys were now?
Well, their positions, believe it or not, were still up in the mountains. They had not come down from the mountains to attack the troops on the main
So the
road.
our troops hadn't gotten in any firefights.
Well,
up to
they
that
had
point.
those on the right flank coming down on the west side. Yeah, we had special forces coming up and taking them on. But more and more, of course, they were evacuating down into Bataan and probably through the jungles the same way a lot of our boys had escaped. We hadn't, except for those troops around Cabanatuan and O'Donnell on the east side, our boys, I don't think had encountered any major forces, but there was a pretty sizable group protecting or guarding the prisoner of war camps, and that was quite a battle. By the way, I'd just like to comment or mention this, that with the information that we had given McGrath and Hogan, the two Navy pilots, who carried with them and passed it on to the American troops, we gave them locations of Cabanatuan and O'Donnell and information about the area, because that's area that Frank and Clay and I got our tails shot off. So we knew that area pretty well, plus the fact that we knew the names of some of the kids that had helped us in there, and hopefully the troops had made contact, which helped the Rangers maybe.
Yeah, the ghost soldiers.
Who got in and saved the prisoners, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
But anyhow, the battalion, we didn't spend that much time, but we went on to regimental headquarters, and we spent quite a bit of time. But the first thing they did was give us food, coffee, drinks, anything they had. And Doyle had been a cherry pie eater, and he told me stories right and left about his sisters and his aunts and everybody in the family making cherry pies, and in some cases especially for him. And I had a damn craving, believe it or not, for cheese, good old-fashioned American cheese. So when we got to regimental headquarters, and the regimental commander said, "Hey, before we get started with the war, we're going to feed you. Is there anything you guys would like?" Doyle said, "Do you have any cherry pie?" And I forget who it was with us. It wasn't the commander, but he said, "Yes, we do." He said, "Not only cherry pie, but apple." And I said, "Do you have any cheese?" He said, "You betcha." So I forget what it was we ate before the desserts, but whatever it was.
What was your weight about this time? Would you guess?
Well, I had lost a lot of weight because of the tonsils again. I didn't go back to 72 pounds, but I was probably down around 120, 125. But I figured I got back to around 140, maybe 145. But I felt pretty strong. My limbs were achy, and as all of our limbs were. But so we cautioned ourselves, not to eat too damn much. But we saved room for the cherry pie and the cheese. I can't remember what Frank wanted or Clay, but I guess they were happy with whatever they got. So after lunch, we really got to work with the intelligence staff officers and the operation, the S3 officers, and we laid out pretty much all that we could recall and where we had been, and advised them that we got attacked the night before, and we told them that we figured the route from where their headquarters was via the dry riverbed to the Rancho where we left the Aecaoees, and even on into Bataan would be pretty safe. But it was obvious that the Japs were going to use the foothills from Stotzenburg and Clark Field down to Bataan and further on into Zambales province, and then into the Bataan province itself. So I guess their planning consisted of advanced reconnaissance troops. They took a lot of heavy armor with them, and Connor didn't go with them that night. What they intended to do was go up and establish a defensive point, I guess, or defensive position. And the next day, we were told that it was successful, that the Japs had started prodding. And I don't know how successful they were, but apparently it worked. The Japs apparently figured that they were blocked, that was not the way to go, because they didn't have too much more encounter with the Japs after that. But Connor went with them the next day, and took them all around as best he could, and showed them our positions and whatever. So he rejoined us, and then the next day, I think it was, the division commander told us that we were going up to 14th Corps, which was commanded by General Oscar Griswold, who was a West Pointer and a pretty well-known infantry officer, and spent some time with Corps headquarters, and which we did. And of course, he greeted us with open arms, and everybody there, I guess, were somewhat awed to see these raggedy guys had lived through all of this for a period of 3+ years, and they couldn't do enough for us. They took us to the supply locations and gave us, fatigue uniforms, and we turned in our rifles and things, but they let us keep our sidearms. And the one thing that Doyle and Frank and I got but couldn't use were the boots, the combat boots. We'd been going around barefooted for so darn long, the boots hurt like the devil. So we did. We had the new uniform. We were going around barefooted around 14th Corps headquarters. I noticed people would stare at us and wondering, what the hell are those guys doing? They were wondering if we were prisoners, I guess.
I wanted to ask you, those 3 years that you were over there, what was going on up in that whole north area, and maybe even kind of down towards the south? What was going on in areas other than you? Were the Japanese in all those places too?
Yes, they were. What's the name of that town on the very top there? Oop, I need a little. God, I just cannot read that map. There's a town up there, a municipality that's pretty good size.
Yeah.
And it has a good harbor, so the Japs use that for military purposes, unloading supplies and stuff. And of course, there's good highways, good roadways all the way up there. And the Americans had a military installation somewhere up here. Was also a rest and recuperation area before the war. And I don't know really how many troops they had, but they had a sizable force, enough to want to make Bruce and Connor and Ramsey consider going up there and joining them. Mm-hmm. One of the names was Lapham. I don't know his first name. Lapham. He was Major Lieutenant Colonel. Volkman, I think, outranked him. One of them was a full colonel, I think. So they did have a pretty sizable force. And we got to meet both of them at one of these meetings we had.
Reunion or something?
Reunion, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sometime after the war.
Mm.
And from what they told me, they stayed pretty much intact. I mean, it was not a broken up guerrilla bunch like us,
Mm-hmm.
but they stayed pretty much intact. They operated as guerrillas, but so beyond that, I really don't know. I had intended to go up to that or at our place one time, but didn't make it. But as far as the Japs were concerned, they had quite a few up there. And they had something on the east side here too, but I don't know how much or what. But they got cut off real easy. I guess they figured that and evacuated probably, joined up with the forces down here. Because as I recall my history, we had, this is Manila, we had one hell of a battle with the Japs in this area. One of our 82nd Airborne Division landed troops in there.
Uh-huh. Yeah, there was a Los Baños was another POW camp that was similar to Cabal Tawan, where the guys went in and got them out.
But the biggest thing that happened for us at 14th Corps headquarters, one of the first things of course the guys in the 37th Division knew about the flag, and that information got passed all over. So when we got to 14th Corps headquarters, General Griswold sat us down, Frank, Connor, Doyle, and me, primarily. I don't think Campbell was eliminated necessarily, but I don't remember. I guess Campbell might have gone on to a hospital. Seems to me like when we got to the replacement depot up near Lingayen, Campbell had left us already. But anyhow, we sat down with him and his staff with the flag, and he said, I want to hear all about this. So we gave him the story, and when we told him about the flag not surrendering and Sergeant Botto, exposing his family to death if they'd been caught, saving it for us, and Max finding out where it was and us recovering it, and then of course flying it every day. Tears came to their eyes, the whole staff, Yeah, here we were choked up too. It was hard to tell it all over again. So he hugged us. He grabbed us and hugged us like we were his own kids. He said, God bless you. He said, we owe you a debt of gratitude. But he said, we'll have something special organized. And it wasn't the next day, but the day after, he told us that we were going to have a presentation, because Connor wanted to give it to Griswold to carry on, more or less. So they set up this formal ceremony. I mean, the whole show, the whole gang,
Yeah.
band included. And then we stepped forward. We were in rank, Doyle and Connor and Frank and I. And we picked up a fellow by the name of Bressler who had escaped, but he had been wounded pretty badly and had stayed with the family all this time. There's another municipality in our vicinity that was from Banaba to Angeles and then Santa Rita and Porac. He had stayed with the family in this municipality in Porac the whole darn time. And we asked him, when did you get your exercise? He said, well, obviously at night they'd take him out, and walk him around, but he had a crutch. He still had a bad leg. But since we picked him up kind of on the way to the troops, he and Bressler, Bressler and, I'm getting ahead of myself, and one other, well, Bruce joined us, Bruce and Tommy, I guess. Anyway, the whole bunch of us were there, but they just had, Frank, Clay, myself, Doyle, in this formation presenting the flag. And he gave a speech. It's in the book. I don't recall verbatim, but then he assured us that he in turn would present the flag to MacArthur. And a formal ceremony was scheduled a day or two after that, and MacArthur was supposed to be present. But what happened was, I guess our troops have been very successful in pushing on down to just north of the Bataan Peninsula, trapping the Japs in there. They had planned a major push, a major attack, and MacArthur was not available because they were getting ready to start that. I guess General Aecaoee was in charge of that time. So he told me, Griswold told us, don't worry. He said he'll be darn sure the flag gets to MacArthur. So that was fine. And
Do you know where that flag is now?
yeah, that's a story in itself. This is
Okay, this might be a good time to change tapes.
Okay.
We're just about to the end here.
and it works.
Oh, good.
But they last about 3 months, and I have to get a booster.
Okay, you're going to tell me the story about the
Yeah,
flag and where it is now.
this is information that we picked up after the fact. After our ceremony with General Griswold, he made arrangements to send us up to the, I can't remember the designation, but it was a replacement depot. And Doyle and Frank and I were there for a good week and a half or so. For what reason, I'm not sure, but we were there primarily to get checked up physically, probably to build up our strength a little bit. And while we were there, the three of us still weren't used to American food. We'd slip off, well, we got permission to leave and go into the Mailheaus and have a meal with the Filipinos, our good old Filipino rice and adobe and whatever. But anyway, after about a week and a half maybe, they sent us on down to Tacloban, the island of Leyte, to the 12th replacement depot. And that was to finalize everything and then send us on home. Connor stayed behind on Luzon for a while, in touch with Griswold for intelligence purposes, and then he joined us in Tacloban. But he'd had his clearance all the way home set up before he left Griswold, and Frank and Doyle and I stayed there for, let me see, all of this with Griswold took place around February, on into April, and then we were at Tacloban until sometime in June. So we were there a good couple of months. But that was good because we got fed well, we strengthened up, and we got our confirmation, our field commissions and everything, which Doyle and I wanted to. Frank eventually, he didn't wait around, he got a little little sick and decided he wanted to head for home. So Frank got his stuff finalized after he got back to the U.S. But Doyle and I thought, let's stay here and get it all done, so rather than go home as corporals and privates and then walking into the nearest bar with bars on our shoulders and have to do a lot of explaining. So we got our confirmations. I was confirmed as a captain and Doyle as a first lieutenant, infantry, which was all right. That's what we had gotten used to. And then we got priority transportation home. The designation was the first point of assignment, Letterman Hospital in San Francisco. But on the way, we had priority 1 airplane service or flight available. And we decided that we'd take our time, that we'd just kind of island hop a little bit. So we flew from Tacloban back to Manila. Tacloban was a shuttle plane, and Manila was a across the ocean plane, a big 4-engine Douglas, what are they, DC-6s or whatever.
So everything was secure in the Philippines by this time?
Pretty much, yeah. By the time we got back to Luzon, Manila had just been declared secure. We wanted to run around a day or two and see things. We stayed in Manila for a couple of days, but they said, no way, not unless you want to join the troops. So anyway, we finally got our flight, and it was an evening flight from Manila to Guam, and we stayed in Guam for a few hours, I guess loading up, refueling, whatever, and then we went from Guam to Jesus. I don't know if these islands are designated.
I don't think.
No.
And that we don't see them.
I guess we wouldn't see them. But Kwajalein.
Oh yeah.
Kwajalein. And from Kwajalein to not Easter Island, a very small island between Kwaj and Honolulu. And then the next step was Honolulu. And having priority 1, we checked in and told them we'd like to stay a few days. Our feeling was, let's stay in Honolulu and get Americanized. Plus relax and see some of the things we didn't get to see on the way over. And we did. We stayed at the officer barracks at Hickam Field. And one of the officers there had access to a Jeep, but he said, I'm not going to be using it for the next couple of days, so you guys take it. He said, just be careful. He said, the cops and MPs are pretty tough. So we said, fine. So we did. We took the Jeep and ran all over the place, had a ball. Going over on the troop ship, we stopped. And I'm glad we did, because there was a high school buddy, Bob Jackson was his name, who the day after he graduated went to Honolulu because his sister, his older sister, had married an American. I don't know if he was, I don't remember if he was part Hawaiian or what, who owned a bar over there. So his brother-in-law and sister ran the bar, and Bob went over there to help him and hang out, and he was a surfer. He was one of the few that back in our high school days not only body surfed but actually had a surfboard. So we got to spend a couple of days with Bob, and it was great. He took us all over, and his brother-in-law and sister were great people. So anyway, I told Doyle that he might still be around, so we could check that out. But unfortunately for us, he wasn't. He'd been drafted like everybody else. But we saw some of the places that I remember. We saw a lot on the island that we hadn't seen before. But after a couple of days, we were anxious to get on home. So we checked in at the flight desk and said, we're ready to go home. And he said, okay, good, we have a flight out tomorrow morning. And we took the flight. It was long, old propeller-driven planes, but delightful, you know, anxious to get home kind of thing. Geez, the pilot had us both up in the cockpit one at a time and sitting in the co-pilot seat. I don't know if we actually flew the plane or not. He said, take the controls. No way. I was in the Air Corps, but I'm not used to these. So after, it was about a 12-hour flight. They landed at the field just north of San Francisco, can't remember the name again, and bussed us into Letterman Hospital. And we were assigned officers' quarters, more or less, which were great. The nurses were happy to see us home and in one piece, and took us around, showed us where everything was, and gave us a schedule that we would be following because of our physical checks needed and stuff. Oh, one thing I want to digress. This was kind of funny. One of the things we had done in Tacloban was have the dentist check our teeth, and he couldn't believe it. I had one cavity, and Doyle didn't have any. And he said, this just doesn't make sense. So we told him the way we lived, what we ate and everything, and he accepted the fact that because of that, we very well might have avoided problems with our teeth. And to this day, I've still got all my teeth. I've had some cavities and some work done, but anyway, we had good luck, good success in our physical checks at Letterman. Finally got to call Mom. Oh, the family had been contacted as soon as we had gotten to 14th Corps headquarters. Then got word out, and actually it had been sent via the media, the newspaper network too. And on the home side, one of the women reporters for the Los Angeles Herald contacted the folks. She was the first one to get it and contact the folks and asked for an exclusive. So she gave Mom as much detail as she had and told her yes. And she said she's sure I wouldn't mind. So anyhow, we stayed over a week. I had also made contact with another good high school buddy of mine, former track star mate, who was in the Air Force, stationed in the San Francisco area, and who got word via my mother, who got word from the news media about me being alive. Somehow or another, they tracked us and found out when we would be at Letterman. And we hadn't been at Letterman more than an hour, and Phil Crank was his name, he was the first lieutenant in the Air Force. Phil and his wife Barbara were there to meet me, and gee, that was a pleasant surprise. And they lived on the peninsula south of San Francisco. Can't remember the city, but not far away, and told us that anytime we're free, can get away, let them know, and they'd be up to get us and take us for a ride and show us around. So between all of that and the nurses and doctors and the enlisted service people, we were royally treated, no problem at all. And neither one of us had any serious problems. They were concerned a little about the diarrhea and malaria. And our wounds were, our scabs were pretty well healed. Doyle's knee bothered him, so that was something they told him they could get him looked at when he got home to Missouri. I guess pretty much anything and everything with me was not normal, but acceptable.
I meant to ask you, when it brought to mind when you talked about your friend who was a track star also, there was a guy named Zamperini.
Lou?
Lou Zamperini,
I know
the
Lou.
Torrance Tornado.
I know Lou very well. I didn't go to school with him, but because of the USC connection, and after the war I got to know him even better.
We have his story here. When they had the Winter Olympics in Nagano,
Yeah.
CBS had about an hour.
I remember that.
And
yeah.
I happened to be watching, and I just happened to turn it on. I taped it, and I have it here. And so he got quite a story, somewhat similar to yours.
Yeah, right. God, that poor guy was surviving out in the middle of the ocean.
Oh, I know, yeah. And then
That
the
business
POW,
of
the guy
business of them making him compete with the Japs.
Yeah, yeah.
Lou was a great guy. Yeah, we saw a lot of each other. Long after my military career, I got into banking, and I started banking in Fort Sam Houston, where I retired. I got the job because of General Simpson, who commanded the Ninth Army in Europe, and I had been his aide. He was stationed at Fort Sam Houston, as I had been before I retired, and I was his aide. And so when he retired, I hadn't planned on retiring then, but some of the things I'd gone through caught up with me, and they retired me on a medical. And I went down to talk to General Simpson about what the heck he thought I could do, because I didn't know anything other than shooting guns and giving commands and taking commands. But there was a lot, believe it or not, there's a lot in business related and vice versa to the military, you know, command functions and management and relations, all that stuff. But anyway, I got into banking in San Antonio, and then after about 3 years made the move back to Los Angeles, which is home for me. And I got into obviously I got into banking there through the connections in Texas. And that's when Lou and I started seeing each other quite a bit.
Had you heard about him when you were in high school? And he was in about high school at the same time, running, and wasn't he, or was he
Well,
older?
no, he was
older than
he
you.
was like three years ahead of me.
Yeah,
Or
yeah, that's
four,
right.
even four.
Because he went to the 1936 Olympics. I
Olympics,
know.
yeah.
Yeah, right, that's right.
Yeah, and I graduated in
Yeah.
winter of 39, 40.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Now we were going to. I was asking you where the flag is now.
Yeah. Okay. I got stationed at Fort Ord after a tour of the East, a couple of bases in the East.
Oh, okay. Maybe I should back up, and maybe we could catch up. Okay, let's go back to where you've come back and you're with your family now, and so. Are we getting close to the end of the war right now?
Pretty much, yeah. I got back with the family on June 10th, I think it was, 1945. And one thing the Army or the military did to all former prisoners of war and guerrillas like me, and they gave us, after going through all this reestablishing our career business, a 90-day free leave on them. So I spent the 90 days in and around LA. Went to the beach area, of course. Spent a lot of time there. But when it was time to go back to work, get serious. In the meantime, too, I had thought about getting out and either going back to USC or getting a job. My preference was going back to USC, but they had increased the size of their student body so much that I had to wait a year or two before I could get back in. So that led me to looking for a job, and there were thousands of jobs available. And happy to have you on board and all. We're starting at around $80 to $90 level, and here I am, a captain making $360. So I just decided, Robert, you become a military man. So that's what I did. After the 90 days, I went back. The war, let me see, July, August, September. Yeah, the war had ended in August. So after my 90 days was up, the war was over. And instead of assigning me to some place in California for reassignment and whatever, they sent me to Fort Sam Houston, San Antonio. And geez, I liked it right off the bat. For some reason, San Antonio, Texas, and I connected. But there was really nothing for me at the 4th Army headquarters. Was it 4th Army then or not? I don't know. Where the heck did I go first? Oh, I know. They thought it would be a good idea, career management stuff, thought it'd be a good idea for me to go to one of the infantry training centers and train recruits. And I ended up going to Aberdeen, Maryland.
So are you in the Army or the Air Corps now?
Army.
Okay, you're straight
No,
Army.
yeah, I stayed in the Army because
Okay.
I was commissioned Army.
Okay.
I didn't even think about trying to transfer to Air Force. Everybody started cutting back then. The war was over.
I know, but
So,
I guess, I mean, most everybody that, like you, were Army Air Corps became part of the Air Force with you,
Yeah.
but that didn't happen to you because you were out in the
no, I was
jungles?
commissioned Army
You were
infantry.
Army infantry. Okay.
Yeah. And I could have transferred back to the Army or the Air Force then, but not being a flying officer or commissioned in the Air Force and the total reduction of forces, my chances of staying were pretty thin. So I stayed in the Army, and they still had a number of Army training center, infantry training centers that I could be of some use. So my first assignment was Aberdeen Proving Ground, but it was the Army had a military infantry training base at the Proving Ground. So I started out as a company commander there, and
Well, this is kind of interesting because you had never really had an infantry training, had you?
no, I hadn't. It was just all, well, early on, everybody went through infantry training,
Oh, okay, that's right, because you were the
Yeah.
Army Air Corps. That's okay. I got
the
you.
basics, but
Yeah.
officer training and combat training I kind of picked up
Right.
almost on my own.
Right.
But of course, I read the manuals. I caught up as best I could, and even though I was the commander of a training company, I was in the field with the troops all the time, And we had designated instructors, so I listened as intently as the recruits did, and I learned as much as I could. So anyway,
The recruits that were coming in, was the draft still on, or?
Yeah, they were still drafted. And this ran through, what did I say? August, September, when I went back to duty.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this ran through the holidays, Christmas holidays. Sometime shortly after that, they not only were reducing the troops, but they were reducing the installations. And Aberdeen, being a proving ground, infantry training center didn't fit. So they closed Aberdeen down and sent us all to Fort Dix, New Jersey. And I ended up as a company commander there too. Can't remember. Alfred Bruce had been assigned to Fort Dix as well. He was somewhere else, and they got closed down. So Al and I took up again.
You had a younger brother?
Two
younger brothers. What happened? What did they do during the war?
My brother Dick, who's 3 years younger than me, when he graduated from high school, he was drafted right away. He ended up in the Aecaoee, and he was a belly gunner on a B-24 and involved in the Pulaski oil fields. And he had 50 missions over there and had credit for a few Nazi planes. And I'm sure credit for a lot of things he didn't tell me about. But he got out right away and went to college, started at LA City College. And he ended up working for United Airlines for quite some time. And then he got into banking too. And then my young brother Ted, who was with me here the other day,
Right.
Ted was drafted for the Korean War and came back, got out of the service, and went into the San Diego Police Force. Became a cop like Pop did, or
Yeah.
Pop was.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, after, or up at Fort Dix, Al Bruce and I became very close again.
He was with you over in, refresh me on Al Bruce.
Al Bruce was the guerrilla commander who had the group in Tarlac,
Right.
the other side of Fort Stotzenberg, and where Joe, who had been with us, went, and who was with Tommy Musgrove. They're the guys we ran into way up north when we got turned around by the
Right.
Japs.
Yeah.
And Tommy and I ended up cut off and, and running around together. Let's see, where was I?
Fort Dix.
Oh, at Fort Dix, the winter was severe. Oh, I froze my tail off. Was out on the range with the troops, and we were doing our combat hikes, and God only knows what. But man, I had a hard time taking it. I really did. And Bruce contacted me one day, and he said, "Hey, do you want to go to the Pentagon?" And I said, "You mean transfer down there?" "No," he said, "but I found out that there's an order applying to former POWs and escapees from the Pacific, which includes you and me, giving us a choice assignment, or an assignment of our choice, and which means we can go down there and go anywhere we want." And we thought. So Bruce and I hopped a train from Jersey down to Washington, D.C., went over to the Pentagon, went up to the infantry division office, and ran into a major who was also a former prisoner from over there, and knew the whole story and everything. And so we talked to him quite a bit. He says, anywhere you want to go. He said, and if you're qualified, any assignment. But he said to me, he said, we're going to open another training center, reopen a training center at Fort Ord, California, because it was fitted for a training center, you know, ranges and the whole bit. And he said, are you interested? And I said, I'm on my way. So
Fort Ord, is that up by San Francisco?
Monterey, California.
Monterey, right.
California, yeah. Not far from Frisco.
Right.
So anyhow, he said, well, you guys go on back to, Bruce ended up going to Fort Lewis, Washington. He was a Washington boy. So he said, you guys go on back to Dick's. We'll cut the orders. And when you get the orders, you're on your way. So I told my battalion commander, and he was from San Bernardino. He says, you lucky bastard. And so I said, well, when I get out there, I'll give you a call. So anyway, we got our orders, and I took off. Stopped. Doyle had gotten retired because of his leg, primarily, by then, and he picked Springfield, Missouri for his home. And at first he got into the retail business, department store kind of a thing. And he later got into the paint manufacturing business. And that was his second career, more or less. But I went to Fort Ord and was there at the outbreak of Korea, training troops, at which time they started opening more training bases, one of which was in Kentucky. What's the name of it?
Fort Knox?
No. God darn it.
Fort Campbell?
No, it was just north of Campbell was in Tennessee. Well, we were in Kentucky on the north of the border.
My uncle was there. Breckenridge.
Camp Breckenridge, yeah. And found a house in Henderson, Kentucky.
It's right across the river from Evansville. That's my hometown.
Is that your hometown?
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah, I had relatives that lived in Henderson.
Oh God, yeah. Jeez, I remember the winter there too. A bunch of us lived in Henderson, and we were carpooling because the wives had to have some transportation. And one morning, this was like December, I guess, I went outside. It was a bit early. I went outside to the curb to wait for my pickup, and it was freezing cold. And I ran inside, flipped the radio on, got the weather report, and it was 20-some degrees below zero, which was the same temperature as the 39th parallel in Korea. So I told the guys, I said, God, we're no better off than they are. But, I was at Breckenridge for, geez, I don't know how many months.
Yeah, you're married by this time?
Yeah, I was married.
Where did you meet your wife?
She was an LA girl.
And you knew her before you went to the service?
I knew her in high school. She knew my brother. They were friends.
What was her name? Her maiden name?
Marion Miller.
And did you guys have any children?
We did. We had a daughter, and the thing about that, it was really not a marriage. She went back east with me at Aberdeen Proving Ground and Fort Dix. She couldn't take it, so she went back home to L.A. And when I got transferred to Fort Ord, I thought, well, maybe things will change, but it didn't. So we split up. And while I was at Fort Ord, 2 or 3 years later, I met Catherine, God, what was her maiden name? Isn't that awful? She was a San Antonio girl. I met her in San Antonio. And we had 2 kids, my son and another daughter.
What are their names?
Robert Thomas Jr. And Catherine. Oh, God. My second wife's name is Catherine Davis. And Tom and Catherine. Marguerite, Catherine. I like Katie's name. It's spelled Cathryn. Kind of unusual. And I like Catherine. Called her Katie. So that's why I wanted to name young Catherine. Yeah, they're both good kids.
And where did they live?
Little Katie, Cassie, would call her nickname. She lives in Santa Barbara, and Tom lives in Camarillo.
You have any grandchildren?
Yes, Donna, my first child. Tom and Cassie have no kids. They both decided they didn't want any. Not selfishly, it's just that it didn't fit their lifestyle.
Right.
Donna had 3 children, and the 3 children have 5 grandchildren, great-grandchildren altogether.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Now that whole family is living in Reno. Grandchildren, great-grandchildren, the whole bunch.
Okay, so so you were in Henderson, well, you were at Breckenridge, but you were living in Henderson during the Korean War.
Yes.
That's when you were there.
Training troops for Korea, and I was obviously assigned special forces.
Did you go over to Evansville any when you were at Henderson?
Oh, all the time, yeah. Because Henderson was nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went to Louisville and up and down, and went to the caves.
Right.
Yeah, we enjoyed it very well, except for the weather.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's so damp. It's a damp cold too, because you're right on the river there.
The next year, in the meantime, I'd been promoted to major, and I can't even remember what date that was. It was while I was at Fort Ord, and I became a battalion commander. Was a battalion commander at Breckenridge, and all got a regular commission. Not temporary as had been, but a regular commission. And of course, all regular officers have to go through the schooling system of the Army. And I and a close friend of mine who had been to Fort Ord with me got our orders for Fort Benning, Georgia, the Advanced Infantry Officers course, which was rather grueling, but very good training. And that was a year.
And your wife could accompany you to these places?
Yeah, kids.
Yeah.
Let's see, little Cassie wasn't born yet. Katie, my second wife, had a child by a previous marriage. My God, can't even think of her name now. Well, anyway, Elizabeth Kyle, everybody called her Kyle. That was a family connection there. But Yeah, we went to Fort Benning, graduated, and because I hadn't had an overseas assignment since the end of the war, and now I was a regular commissioned officer. That's not because of the school, by the way. I got my regular commission through some program that the service had. They called it a competitive officers program. But anyway, I got an assignment. They wanted to send me to Germany, and I was up talking to the assignment officer who came down from the Pentagon. I said, not that I don't want to go back to the infantry or anything, but I said, can I do that somewhere else? I just dread the thought of going to Europe and suffering the winters. So he told me, he said, well, we'll see what we can do. But he said, you are doing overseas assignment. Fine. So when I got my orders, it was as a regular Army instructor for the Puerto Rico National Guard. And now that wasn't a vacation, believe me. We worked because the Puerto Rico Guard troops were in Korea fighting. But one regiment had come back, so we were all giving them all the knowledge that we could. And then a second regiment came back, and I got promoted to lieutenant colonel down there, and was given the assignment of regular Army instructor for this combat regiment, regimental combat team. I can't remember the designation, but the regular commander, Puerto Rican guy, had gone over to Vietnam with his troops.
Korea, you mean?
No,
Oh, to Vietnam.
Puerto
We're
Rico.
talking about. I mean, he had gone to
Korea.
Korea. That's right.
He'd taken his regiment to Korea.
Yeah.
Came back. He was a great guy, more cooperative than I had expected, and so everything I had to teach him, they learned because he wanted them to learn.
Had you thought that you might be sent to Korea during that conflict?
I didn't volunteer, but I figured if they send me, I'll go.
Well, I know, but I mean,
Yeah.
was it likely that you would be sent, or in
Well,
the bill that you were in?
I later found out that they were taking it easy on the guys that had spent as much time as me in the Pacific, prisoner or not, but especially those who had become prisoners or had escaped and had fought guerrilla warfare. So, yes, it was likely I would go, but I kind of didn't expect it. But
How long did you stay in Puerto Rico then?
3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
And your family was with you after that?
Mm-hmm. So after that, I got notice while I was in Korea that I could be expected to go to the, what do they call it? It was the next level at schooling, Army something command officers or some damn thing. But it was for command above regimental level. But anyway, my next assignment was headquarters 4th Army at Fort Sam Houston, San Antonio. And I was G1, in the G1 office.
What does that mean?
That's personnel. Each major staff down to battalion has 1, 2, 3, and 4. At division level and above, it's signified by G. At regimental level on down through battalion is S. So like Frank was our S4 in the jungles, and I was assistant G1 in Army level. So anyhow, I was doing pretty well there, and I helped plan a big opera. God damn it! I was planning one of these practice operations, Army-wide kind of a thing. But I went to the hospital for my annual physical, and the doctor wouldn't release me, and a lot of things were coming back. I'd been wounded in the hip the very first day of the war. That gave me some problems. Probably some of the reasons I'm still rocky now. The malaria thing, once we got back to the mainland and out of the tropics area, it didn't affect us much, but believe it or not, it did sometimes, especially in the summer subtropic weather, and just this thing and that thing. So my doctor, one of them, happened to be a doctor who was in the Philippines, was captured, and fortunately lived through it. But he made it fairly well simply because he was a doctor, and the Japs cooperated with him quite a bit. But he told me, he said, "You don't know how many number of guys I've run through after the war," and recommended they retire. And he said, "I'm going to do the same with you." So I still had to go to any number of checkups and whatever, tests. And finally I went to a retirement board, and he was representing me. And because of him, I retired on a medical.
How many years did you have in altogether?
I had, altogether, I had a little over 15 years. But
now, are we, again, I had asked you about the flag.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, back to the flag. I forgot. While I was at Fort Ord, we were getting ready to celebrate Armed Forces Day, or what it used to be called, Armistice Day.
Right.
That's what it was.
Veterans Day now.
It was still called Armistice Day,
Yeah.
I think.
Mhm.
And I was in the G3 section. I'd gone from battalion to G3. It was the 4th Infantry Division.
And G3 signifies?
That's operations. That's the guy that plans what company goes here and what regiment goes there. And the division commander called me into the office one day, and he said, "Bob, because of your experience, and with Veterans Day coming up," he said, "I really want to put on a show." He said, "I was wondering, is there any way that you could find out where the flag that you had is located?" And I said, "I tell you, the best I can do is contact General Griswold, who retired and was living in where the Air Force Academy is,
Yeah.
Colorado
Colorado Springs.
And he was living at that big hotel. He had a suite there. That was his home. And I had heard from him a time or two, so I got in touch with him and asked him if he knew whatever happened to the flag, and then explained why. And he knew of our division commander at Fort Ord, real nice guy. Can't think of his name right now either. But so he wrote me back, and he said, right at this point, he said, "All I can tell you is that I had my ceremonial presentation for the flag to General MacArthur, and he accepted it with tears in his eyes and blah, blah, blah." And he said, "My understanding was that he was going to present it to the West Point Academy to be kept in the archives at the point, with an explanation of how it got there and why. And he said, beyond that, I don't think I can be of any help. But he recalled the whole thing again. And there's that thing I brought in, there's a letter from him in there.
Oh, is there? Oh, good.
It's in there. Just, let's take a little break here.
Okay.
I'm going to have to pee pretty soon, but
Sure.
I can finish this up before I go pee.
Okay, that's right. We've only got about 10 minutes left
Yeah.
on our tape anyway, so we can
Yeah,
probably just
I'll
finish the
try
whole
to-
deal up. Yeah.
Try to finish it up.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's what I reported, and so there wasn't much we could do about it. My division commander, Robert something, he was the guy that commanded the troops that scaled Monte Cassino in Italy. He commanded the 10th Mountain Division. God, was it Robert something? Really a hell of a nice guy.
Yeah, we've got videotape on that division.
But anyway, he said, well, I'll see what I can do. And he couldn't find out very much beyond that either, but it wasn't in the West Point archives. So we just surmised that MacArthur kept it for himself, and or whatever. But subsequent to that, and all of the research that Malcolm, who wrote the book, did, he found out that there's a MacArthur museum in Virginia. What town, I'm not sure. Malcolm, of course, would know. And in that museum, there are 4 Army regimental flags. And they have not been able to positively identify that any of those flags is the 26th Cavalry Regiment flag. But we all feel, and the guys at the museum very strongly, that one of them is our flag. I sure wish they could determine that.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because that would be
A
something.
regimental flag has no, I mean, it just looks like any American flag. It doesn't have a little...
No, it has the gold braid all around it, and it's a certain size and larger than the...
But it doesn't delineate one regiment from another?
No, I don't recall. I don't recall any of the flags. They might have some insignia of some kind on them, but the division flags do. But
So you, what year was that you retired then? From the
1955.
Okay, and then you went into banking.
Yeah, I went talking to General Simpson about it, and he said, join us. And I said, what about schooling? He said, the banks, all banks around the country have, through a National Bank Association, have classes. They're college graded classes. So he'll send you there. But what they wanted to do with me first, and plus going to school, use me as a contact person, because he had developed a military loan program for the Alamo National Bank. And it was quite well known and very successful. A lot of military bases in San Antonio. But they started financing automobiles for officers and top 3-grade enlisted men on a very, very special basis. And they were doing it via auto dealers. They start out with the dealers just in San Antonio, but it became so damn popular, dealers from all over the state were making contact with the bank, or all over the state where they were close to military bases. And so they needed people from the bank to continually contact these auto dealers and update them on regulations and our system of processing and their system of filling in all the applications, or their need, I mean, for that, sending the names and things down for our inspection and approval. And so I was traveling the whole darn state, having a ball, still going to school in San Antonio. I wasn't gone every night, every day. I was going, like 2 to 3 days every other week. Sometimes I would go a little longer every month, you know. But I was enjoying the hell out of it, learning something new, learning a lot about business and how the money market goes around. And what was I going to say?
Well, when did you get transferred back to LA?
Well, after about 3 years of doing that in San Antonio, my second wife and I started having a little problem. And she has relatives in Central California area, and she's very close to them. As a matter of fact, her first husband, who was killed in Europe, came from that area, so she's close to that family. And her firstborn, Elizabeth Kyle. So she decided to go back there. So we split up, and I stayed in San Antonio for a while, but I wanted to be closer to the kids, and decided to go back to California, not necessarily where they live, but be close enough from LA. So General Simpson had a number of contacts in LA and helped me out, wrote letters for me, came back and got a job with the old Security First National Bank here in California, who merged with the Bank of America. And it wasn't that I liked to jump around frequently. It was just the fact that I'd run into contacts that sounded a hell of a lot more interesting, maybe some more pay, maybe higher level assignment or whatever. One of whom was Casey Stengel.
Really?
Yeah, he and his bank gang in Glendale, California. And they were opening a new branch in Toluca Lake, which is an area consisting of half in Burbank and half in North Hollywood. And they were looking for consumer lenders for the most part. I got into commercial lending too, but in the beginning here, they needed a consumer-oriented guy more than they needed a commercial guy. The headquarters in Glendale could handle that. So we made a deal, and I joined. They were the Glendale National Bank at first, and because of the branch, and they were thinking about branches elsewhere, they changed their name to Valley National Bank. And Casey Stengel was on the board, and he had his office right above our Valley National Bank in Toluca Lake. So we were in close contact. He'd come down every morning for a cup of coffee with us, and he was available for lunch for our good customers, potential customers. And man, if you don't think we had a lineup at the front door trying to get an invitation to have lunch with Casey Stengel.
Was he as, you always think of him as kind of off the wall, the way he talks and things like that. Was he like that in person when you were like saying?
That was his only way. There was only one Casey Stengel. But I met my present wife, who was living in the same apartment complex I was, and she was working at Disney Studios and had a very, very good job.
And her name was?
Anne, maiden name Hire, She had been married before, originally from Indiana. She grew up in Hobart, Indiana, and married I don't know what his basic profession was, but he was Army light aircraft flyer during the war. And after the war, they decided they wanted to see more of what's going on in the country and moved to California, to Los Angeles, in Toluca Lake specifically. She started out working with Lockheed, but she had also applied at Disney. And Lockheed was a pretty good job, but when she got a call from Disney saying the job's available, she told her boss at Lockheed, she said, I hate to do this for you, but he said, listen, our jobs are on a contractual basis, and each contract includes so many people, and you're part of this particular contract. When it's done, it's done. So he said, you take that job. And they remained very good friends. I can't remember his name now, but anyway, she went to Disney and started right off as the secretary assistant to the guy who was in charge of animation productions. Ken somebody, I don't remember that. But she was a key employee in the animation side. All the artists got to know her very well. Of course, they relied on her for a lot of things. And she got to know Walt himself very well. As a matter of fact, at one time, Walt had two main secretaries. One he called the inside secretary, the other the outside. The outside was the one who kind of acted as the security guard, deferred everything they could possibly defer, and she retired, so they asked Anne if she would take that job, and she told Walt personally that she appreciated the opportunity, but she said, to tell you the truth, where I am now is where the action is, and she said, I love this action, I love the people with it, so she said, I'd rather stay there. So when she got back downstairs, instead of a long face, Ken said, sit down, I want to talk to you a minute. He was smiling, and he said, Walt just called me, and he said, Ken, you can keep your girl. So then the banker comes along, we take a vacation into Hawaii, and I knew some former LA bankers who'd gone over there. So I went in to see him while I was there, and God, before we left, I had a job in Hawaii, with the Bank of Hawaii, which is a much bigger bank and really more pay, much more opportunity. I hated to leave Casey and the gang, but I was kind of looking out for me. I also hated to see Ann have to give up her job, but she said, that's fine with me. She said, don't worry about me, let's worry about you.
Let's, I need to change. Okay, so you took this job with the bank in Hawaii.
Yeah, my first job there was on the bank staff and with the guy that headed the consumer lending department for the whole bank. And of course they had branches on all the islands. They had a branch on Guam and Kwajalein, and after I left they put a branch in Samoa, and probably many other places too. But it was a pretty good sized job, and there was a lot of travel in it, although the state of Hawaii is not all that big. But I had to go to all the islands all the time, not only working with bank people, but working with the consumer companies that we dealt business with. And after doing that for a couple of years, the one of the biggest outside of the main branch downtown, the Alamoana branch was available. They were transferring the manager there, and the boss, the president, asked me if I was interested. I said, absolutely. So this branch was mine. I was promoted to full vice president and branch manager, and it was, of course, part of the Alamoana Center. You ever been to Honolulu?
I have.
You know where it is.
Yes.
So practically from downtown southeast to, from downtown to what's the mountain? The volcano?
Yeah, Diamond Head?
Diamond Head.
Yeah.
And east, that was all my territory. So I was doing real great there. Geez, we had a nice home. We bought a condo on the slopes of Punch Bowl, and just having a ball, loving it. Took a couple trips home to the mainland, but we were there 11 years, almost 12.
Did you have any children?
No. No, Ann never had children. She couldn't, and that was fine. The two of us didn't have room for little kids.
Yeah.
Our kids visited once in a while, but anyway, one of the top bosses of the bank that I knew very well got an opportunity to go back to California and take a real big job. It was the first Western bank then, and it had two divisions, a north and south, and the northern division headquarters was in San Francisco. Each division had regions. Let's see, the north, what do we have? We had three. Yeah, we finally consolidated into three regions in the north. One was the San Francisco and the Peninsula area, and I had the East Bay and the South Bay. That included Oakland, and I had the Northeast section, which went all the way up to that volcano mountain in northern, beyond Shasta. So I had 21 bank offices that I was in charge of, and so that was a pretty big job. It was a good move.
And where you lived in the LA area?
No, we lived in Oakland.
Oh, in Oakland.
In Spyglass Hills,
Oh, yeah.
which burnt down. That big fire they had years ago.
Oh.
Yeah, it burnt down. So.
How long did you live there in Oakland?
We lived there 3 or 4 years. Then we moved on back to Los Angeles area.
And what is Ann doing all this time? Is she working anywhere?
Oh, in Hawaii, she got a job with not Dole Pineapple. What was the other one? Del Monte.
Mm-hmm.
Del Monte Pineapple. She was known as the best Howley pineapple picker in the company. No, she was like with Ken at Disney. She was the secretary assistant to the guy that was the top manager over there for Del Monte. And when we moved to the mainland, I told her, don't forget it. She loved to play golf, so she picked up a couple golf buddies in Oakland, as she did in Los Angeles area.
Did you play golf too?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I loved it.
What was your handicap? Your lowest?
I got down to a 6.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you play usually?
Wherever we could, wherever there was a military base, we'd take advantage of that. But in Hawaii, we had so many golfing customers as well as employees who belonged to the civilian courses. We played them a lot. What's that? What is it? I It's the
I
Wildlife
think,
course.
yeah, right, I think so.
Yeah, where they play the tournament over.
Mhm.
We played there quite a bit, and there was a couple of other privates, but people wanted to play with us because we could play all the military courses, you know, and we were quite popular. And the same way in San Francisco area, we bought a weekend place at Napa. What's the name of where the seniors have a major tournament now? Silverado.
Oh, Silverado, yeah, I played there one time.
Yeah, we played there.
That's nice.
And when we moved back to Los Angeles area, we played Griffith Park and Pasadena for the most part. But because of the business and the troops, I mean the customers, we got to play all around. So.
When did you first start coming to the desert?
Well, I'd been coming to the desert ever since I was little, you know.
Oh.
Dad had some business connections down here. The people that first built the La Quinta resort, he knew them, and we'd come down quite frequently to spend a weekend. But, and Ann, when she and her husband moved out here first, before they got divorced, came down on weekends quite a bit, and after they divorced, she continued to come down. But well, I transferred to Los Angeles banking, and then that's where I started thinking about retiring, and we went back to Texas for a while. We went back there on a vacation, and she liked it too, and I just went in to say hello to the old gang, and they said, "You planning on moving back?" And I said, "Well, I'm planning on retiring." So my former boss, he said, "Why don't you think about retiring and then coming to work for us?" He says, "There's a lot we can have you do and keep you busy. He says, you work when you want and take some time off when you want." So that's what we did. I virtually retired from banking in California. So we went back to Texas, ended up staying there for 10 years. And just loved it. Had a nice house. We had a membership in a private golf club. We played Fort Sam Houston and Randolph Base and several others. But anyway, Mom got quite old, and my brother was having a difficult time taking care of her. He and his wife had bought a place down here in the Palm Desert Greens.
Yes.
And he was thinking about retirement. Mom was living in San Clemente, and it was about all he could do to go from LA to San Clemente, let alone go from there to here, from here. So he wanted to move her here, so we agreed. And I came out and helped him make the move. And then that still became a burden, so Ann was ready to move back to California, so we did. Bought this place at Casablanca and came back here, played a lot of golf, but it wasn't long. We weren't back here very long. My brother Dick died, had a heart attack. So that left us with Barbara, my Dick's wife, to take care of Mom, which we did. We managed, and we found her. Of course, Dick had found her a real nice place to stay. Not an old folks' home, but an apartment. And the manager's sisters were very good in helping and volunteered. I ended up making a deal with one of them and on a payment basis, and then I didn't feel so guilty about calling her, but it was very reasonable and it worked out real good. Then Dick died in 1990, and Mom lived for 5 more years, and she died. So Ann and I have been more or less on our own. My brother Ted and wife come over to visit. We still have my sister-in-law Barbara down here, but
Do you
we've
live
got-
at Palm Desert Greens now?
big part.
Where do you live at Palm Desert Greens?
No. We live in Casablanca, which is not far from Palm Desert Green. It's on Portola and Hovley Lane.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I know where it is. Yeah.
So we're fully tired and have been for a few years.
And what do you do for recreation? Or
Right now,
uh-huh.
not a heck of a lot. I can't lift much anymore, and I can't play golf. I got arthritis 2 years ago. I couldn't grip a golf club, so I gave it up. I'm part of a buddy group at Keaty's. We go there just about every morning. Have you been to Keaty's?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, it's a typical old California greasy spoon type restaurant,
Yeah.
and it's on El Paseo, or it's on 111, but the parking area is between 111 and El Paseo, and it's right near the mobile gas
Yeah.
station
Okay. I know where it is.
on 111,
Mhm.
just a few blocks from Portola.
Yeah.
So, and it's a great place. Good people. I know the owner and his father very well, who come there just about every day for breakfast. And several other guys that make it a habit of going there as much as they can. And a few business women that are strictly friends, you know. We're buddies. That's about
And
it.
does Ann still play golf?
No, she had to give it up about a year and a half ago. She's got a neuropathy problem, and of course she's almost 90 years old now, so it's difficult.
Yeah.
But believe it or not, she takes care of herself. She goes to Contours Ladies Gym 3 days a week.
Curves or something. Yeah. Uh-huh. Good for her.
And while she's there, I'm with my buddies drinking coffee at Keaty's.
Well, whether it seems like it's doing you guys some pretty good. You look good to me.
Yeah, I think so. We've both been athletic and taken care of ourselves pretty much.
Yeah.
I think old age is taking over now slowly, but nothing we can do about that.
And so how old are you now?
I'll be 85 November 12th, next month.
Oh, well, happy birthday.
Thank you.
So just as we wrap, is there anything you'd like to add?
I can't think of anything right now.
Young people that are, especially now with things, they go into the service and end up in situations like you were. Any thoughts how to cope, like to make it through like you did?
Not the best thing I can tell them is follow the rules, take the instructions, don't try to be too individualistic. You're part of a team, remember. You're part of a small team in the beginning, and the longer you're in, the bigger the team gets. And don't forget, you're part of this country too, and when they need us, they need us. And be willing to do your part. Because there are people around who will really appreciate your service. There's no question about it. There's a lot of cons as well as the pros, but my God, we're servicemen.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you for coming
Thank
in.
you, Dave.
Thank you for your service to our country.
You're right.
Thank you
Very much.